Yep. Look.
Which way do we go?
Take the elevator down to the first floor.
Thank you very much, sir.
There you go.
Ready, close.
Thank you.
Yep.
Hello. Good day, huh?
Thanks a million for doing that.
Committing federal offenses already.
I almost believed that.
I would love it. You never know what you'll see at a Trump rally.
Yeah.
You could be related to Elon Musk.
I just think it's funny that, this arena, I've come to events all the time. There's 20 different entrances to all the different lots and all that. They fill 15,000 people in the venue every time. This one, oh, no. We have to have you all go in one exit, one exit. Interesting how they decide to make it. I understand security to be doing
Thank you. Thank you. Welcome.
Right over here, third line over there. Right over here where there's a small
Okay.
Where's the special address?
If you have a lanyard, then I can let you in this way. You got this right here. This is what they used to have before email.
Oh yeah.
Come on in.
I got my.
I'm not sure how they do it.
Special guest will be directed to the
Knives, lighters, tapes, matches, the weapons, please.
coming in there, but I think it's better while it's right there.
Thank you, Wes. Oh yeah, everything's great. Yeah. How you doing? The ballers will be coming. The baller is usually that great family from Denver and Colorado. Some went here. They're gonna go back to Ukraine.
How are you? Hey, I'm Wes. Oh, Wes. How could you do that to me? So cool. I don't know if that was a compliment or an insult, but I'm very, very sorry. I'll take it. There's a compliment from Mike. Okay. Yeah, you can let us know. Wait, I got you. Nice to meet you. How are you? You did a great job. You closed it out.
They won't let us take the bottle in there, do they?
This is dirty.
That didn't go to bed.
Need all that.
We'll wait for him to you gotta check. No idea.
One down to the right, sorry.
No, there's the black case. Oh, I'm sorry. I got his thing for him too. Thank you.
To the stage, Ryan Binkley. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Fellow patriots. Our nation is standing at the most critical crossroads of our lifetime. This election, this November, will be an inflection point that will determine the destiny of our country for decades to come. Now, we've always had really two choices or two philosophies with any single presidential election. Usually there's two visions. But in this election, it's a striking difference and different than it's ever been before. We used to argue about, how big's the budget going to be, or are we ever going to balance the budget, or how big's the military going to be? It's not that anymore. We're actually debating now whether we're going to ever have a budget at all. We're debating whether we're going to secure our border, or whether we're actually going to put the American worker first. And it's time for these kind of debates to stop, because we need to elect President Donald J. Trump to end this argument once and for all. America is struggling. So many young people are fighting. And I want to speak to young people today, because this election will shape the future of our country for the next generation. But there's hope here. And here's the big hope. With these two pathways and choices we have this bright shining lamp saying, hey, go this way, young people, because this is for the next generation, to wisdom, to truth, and freedom. And that light post is being held by our hero, our champion, the 45th and soon-to-be 47th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump. And he is fighting for the next generation. If I can speak for a few minutes to Gen Z and younger millennials, you have been really lied to and misled. I would say this, a barnstorm of misinformation by a biased media, by your universities, and by this current Biden-Harris administration that has really lied about President Trump, our party, and what we really stand for, and it has to stop. And really the big lie that I've seen across America is this: they are trying to tell you that you can have socialism and the American dream at the same time, and I'm telling you it cannot happen. For young people, the American dream is really pretty simple. When you get out of college in your mid to late 20s, you want to be financially independent, and that is now a dream that is too far scarce. Right now, we have 50% of young people in the United States of America that had to go back and live with mom and dad because of skyrocketing rents and socialized everything to where inflation has skyrocketed, and we have to bring it to a stop. It's time. When I was young, it's changed so much. When I was young and I got out of college, my apartment was about 20% of the average salary of a young person. Today it's 40%. When I bought my first home in the mid-90s, the average home was about 3 times the amount of the average salary. Now the average home is 6 times the average salary. How did we get here? When I think back on how we got here, really what we did is we just bought lies over and over for year after year. And what's happened is, we're now the party of common sense. They're trying to make common sense look radical. Well, let me ask you folks, when's the last time, and why is it, that just asking the federal government to have a budget, keep a budget, and maybe cut a few expenses, when did that become radical? When did it become radical to say, hey, we want to prioritize the American worker over someone here illegally? When did that become radical? And culturally, when did it become radical to look a man in the eye and say you can no longer compete in women's sports? When did that become radical? And you can no longer use the bathroom either. When did that become radical? Things have changed, but I'm telling you right now, it's time, because America's looking for something different. George, it's so great to be with you tonight, because this is really home for me. I was born here in the mid-90s. I met my wife here. I was married here. I bought my first home here. I started my family here. That American dream started for me right here. And then I went on and I owned businesses in Dallas, Texas. I pastored a church in Dallas. But the biggest thing I do is I'm a husband and a father of 5 kids, 14 to 24. And I'm fighting for them. I ran for the office of president with this message in mind for the next generation. That we need an economic and we need a spiritual revival in our country for them to survive. And we need that revival right now. It's time. And President Trump is carrying that banner so high for that revival and we have to put him back into office. So young people, as you're on your college campuses and you go out to vote, you need to ask yourself a few questions and ask your friends a few questions about what you want out of our country. And I'm asking you to think about this. Do you want a country that puts America first or puts America last? Because there's only one candidate that puts America first, and that's Donald Trump. Do you want a nation that's built on socialism or that's built on capitalism? Because there's only one candidate that's voting for capitalism, and that's Donald Trump. And lastly is this, do you want God back in our country again? We need God. The Bible says to hold on to good, and abhor what is evil. And President Trump, there's one candidate that's holding on to some good. He's fighting for the right to life. He's fighting for our religious freedoms. He's fighting to stand with Israel. And if you're a parent, he's fighting for your rights in education. And I believe those are good things to hold on to. So Georgia, let's win the White House again. Let's put President Trump back where he should be. And I believe this with all my heart. When we rise up and we win Georgia, America's going to be the strongest sounding board of freedom across this globe. It's going to be the strongest economy in the world. And it's going to be the holding place and birthplace of dreams for the next generation. So Georgia, turn red this November. Thank you, Turning Point, for focusing on the next generation, and thank you, President Trump, for fighting for us all. God bless you, and God bless America.
Give it up for Jeff Van Heerden.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. What an exciting time to be here tonight at this Turning Point USA. I'm John Van Heerden, this is my son Jeff. From Sembrosa.com, a sleep aid company. Today we are standing at a crucial time in our nation's history. What we need now is strong and fearless leaders. Leaders that care about getting back to our Christian values, honor the strong families, hard workers, and people who tell the truth. We need leaders who will fight for our health, fight for our rights, and most of all, and more importantly of all, fight for our children's safety. I can think of one leader who fits this role perfectly, Donald J. Trump. As a company, we are rooted in principles that guide us towards the mission greater than ourselves. To help end child trafficking, we're pledging a minimum of 10% of all our profits to this cause. Because God's children are not for sale. We support President Donald Trump because he's the kind of strong leader, no matter what he faces, including being shot in the face, being assassinated, being ridiculed. He's resolute, standing strong for every American here. He fights for our values we believe in. And that's why we are proud to be one of the main sponsors of this event. But let's be honest. Let's be honest. The fear of votes not being counted rightly can keep you awake at night.
And that's where we come in. And we are not Big Pharma. Sambrosa.com is family-owned and family-operated, and we only believe in carrying the highest quality products that are non-addictive and that are non-habit-forming. Our product is made from honey, 7 organic herbs, and a small dose of antihistamine, designed to help you relax and get you the rest you need and deserve. But I do got to be upfront with you. There is one side effect that most of you all will probably experience, and that's a solid 8 hours of rest. We're so confident in Sambrosa that if you guys scan the QR code that was on the screen before, we will send you all a free 10-night supply bottle on us, and that's our way of saying thank you for showing up here today. There's absolutely no reason for any of you to lie awake at night worrying about the world's issues. We've got you covered. And when you support us, just remember, you're not just buying a good night's rest. You're also helping in the fight to stop all child trafficking. So please enjoy the sample and enjoy the show. And remember, Sambrosa will be right here to make America sleep great again. God bless America, and God bless you all. And God bless Donald J. Trump. Thank you.
When I hold gold in my hand, it feels right. I've looked at a lot of gold companies, and there's one that I would trust, and that's Baker Hamlin.
I have a deep fear that globalist bankers may target individual consumers just because they're conservatives. That's why I think we need the safety of gold. There's only one man who can save this country, that's Donald Trump.
Donald Trump is going to be the nominee. He was a terrific president. I'm honored to call him a friend, and we have to get him back in the White House, period.
Put your hands together for Alexander Spilling.
If you came to see Donald Trump tonight, say fight! 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 If you came to see Tucker Carlson tonight, say fight! 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 Hello everybody. What a crowd. Wow, I've never spoken in front of this many people. This is amazing. Give yourselves a round of applause, please. My name is Alexander Spillane, the founder and CEO of Fisher Capital. I want to give a special thank you to Charlie Kirk. Any Charlie Kirk fans in the building? You know, it's just crazy to see how much this has grown. We've been sponsoring Turning Point for about 3 years now. And we've been the largest corporate sponsor for the past 3 years. And I've never seen a turnout like this. So this is incredible. But I am here to share an important message with you. So, you know, it's crazy to think how the left is just selling this country out. Did anybody see the James O'Keefe movie, Lion in the Stand? Did anyone see that? Good. And when you look at the numbers and you see how much the government has given away, it's just crazy to think. I was with Rudy Giuliani yesterday. We did an interview on my podcast. And we talked about what they're doing in New York City, giving $53 million in prepaid cards for illegal immigrants. You guys are good? Can we? Okay. I like this town. I'm with my tribe. I love being here. So, with that being said,
At the end of the day, I'm concerned whether Donald Trump becomes president or not. What are we going to do about this debt crisis? And that is exactly where we have been strong to help people diversify their savings against those worst case scenarios. We are a precious metals company, and what we do is we help people hedge against those worst cases where, let's say, your tyrannical government wants to take your money. Who saw the FBI reports that they're targeting keywords like MAGA, Bass Pro Shops, and maybe even Turning Point USA? And they're targeting you based on your political conservative beliefs. Guys, we've got to get this right. My message is very simple. It's about the importance of voting with your wallet. And at the end of the day, you have a right to choose where you spend and save your money, right? We have a right to take control of our finances, don't we? Okay. So, I want to just thank all of you for being here. I'm really excited to see Donald Trump speak. The last event we did with Donald Trump, the New York Times actually did an article about us, and they said they came to see Trump, but first they had to hear a picture about gold and silver. Do you guys think that's a bad thing? No? You know, it's funny, I never even talk about gold. I really just feel like right now we're at a turning point, literally, where it's more important now than ever. And you know what the comments in this New York Times article said? They said it's a MAGA grift. Every dollar that Fisher Capital makes probably goes to Donald Trump. That's pretty close because a portion of all our proceeds for the past 3 years have gone to Turning Point USA. Pretty proud to say that. So do you guys feel like you're getting grifted right now? You getting your money's worth? All right. So, how do you guys feel about where the economy is right now? Do you guys have some concerns? I know. It's pretty concerning. When you hold gold, you decouple yourself from third-party and counterparty risk because we saw these banks fail back in 2008. I don't know what stops them from failing again, but right now you have an ability to take back control of your money and you can get yourself protected. I don't know any of my clients who feel grifted considering gold is up 40% in the last year, so is silver. So our clients are doing really well, and I want to just thank you guys again for being here and allowing me to share that message with you. Let's hear it one more time for Donald Trump. Say fight! 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 Thank you.
This economy is tough. Hard-working people throughout America are being crushed financially. And it's even more challenging for those burdened with student loan debt, an unbearable load that destroys families, relationships, and even futures. So we decided to do something about it. I'm Lane Schomburg, the Chief Investment Officer and co-founder of YRefi. Every day, our team is determined to provide an open door, a way to free smart, hardworking Americans from the challenge of student debt, giving them a way to repay it with dignity, and helping them move forward. And it's working.
All of YRefi, Dana spoke to me, and she listened, and she was, the first person to really hear my story and why I couldn't make the payment.
So right now my credit is in the high 700s, which I never thought I'd be even close to that.
But we went from paying over $1,000 a month to $560 a month for a 10-year refinance. But there's not a lot of companies out there like YRefi. There's 1 million Americans out there that need you.
Do well by doing good. That is our mantra.
We invite you to join this movement
and invest in their future and your future as a YRefi investor.
And change maker.
We're entrepreneurs and innovators who believe in capitalism and the American dream. We decided we're not going to build a company burdened by institutional debt. We know we built something special as we continue to earn endorsements from well-respected and talented people. We take this seriously and are grateful for their support and investment in YRefi. Because we all know there's a better way. We know there's a huge need out there. Now it's time to meet the need and unlock more opportunity. Let's succeed together.
Now, let's put our hands together and welcome Lane Schoenberger, Chief Investment Officer.
What an honor it is to be here at this amazing Make America Great Again rally full of conservative, capitalist, American patriots. Fantastic. Thank you. All here. So hey, thank you for having me. My name is Lane Schoenberger, Chief Investment Officer, founding partner of YRefi. And you've probably seen our commercials. You've maybe heard the endorsements from Charlie Kirk, Larry, Sean Hannity, Clay and Buck. And we are very serious. We take those endorsements very serious. You know, what we do at YRefi is we are changing lives and saving lives. And a lot of people don't understand what that really looks like. So let me just share with you. This country has a massive problem right now, and it's called the student loan debt crisis. All right? $1.8 trillion, and we can thank our federal government for the most of that. Okay? Here's the thing. As you may know, student loans are bankruptcy protected. They are almost impossible to get out of. There's always a conversation about forgiveness, usually to high votes. In our world, well, we don't deal with the federal student loans. That's a whole other animal. We're going to focus on one small segment, the private student loans that are out there. These borrowers that wind up in distress, meaning they're behind on their payments. They're not making them because they can no longer afford them. They have a variable interest rate, likely hitting somewhere north of 20%, and in whatever state they live in, likely hitting usury, maximum usury. They can no longer afford it. It is crushing them, it is crushing their families. 70% of these folks, they have a co-borrower. So mom, dad, grandma, grandpa, they co-sign that loan with them. It is ripping these families' lives apart. It's very, very unfortunate. I cannot tell you the stories that I have heard where these borrowers are actually talking about committing suicide because they do not have any options. And multiple times we've had borrowers tell us, you probably saved my life. And thank goodness we were here to do that. So, at the end of the day, we have come up with a thank you. Thank you. It is fun to watch these borrowers win. So, at the end of the day, what are we doing? Well, we create a custom tailored loan package built around that borrower's ability to pay. We give them a low fixed interest rate and a custom term. Okay? Now, a lot of people get very confused because you've probably heard on our commercials that as an investor, you're going to pay a 10.25% fixed interest rate. But we're going to charge our borrowers 3.9 on average. How does that work, Lane? Well, we're settling and paying off that debt at a deep discount. That's how we do it. We're sharing our profits with our investors, not to the detriment of the borrowers. So I encourage you to take some time and check out investYRefi.com, learn more. And let me just share with you a little bit about the investment opportunity, because here's what's really important and why we do what we do. We have turned down countless offers for institutional capital. We do not want institutional capital, mostly because it's generally corrupt institutional capital, and we're not interested. Okay? Which means, okay, we gotta raise our money somehow. So there's a rule out there called Regulation D. Okay, under the Securities Exchange Commission, we can raise capital through private investors like you. So if you're asking yourself, why is this guy up here? What are we going to do to support this company? The answer is, look into YRefi.com. Invest YRefi. YRefi.com is the borrower site. So look into this, okay? And accredited investors, okay, you pick the duration of your investment from 1 to 5 years. And on the 5-year investment, well, you get 10.25% fixed interest. We calculate interest daily, we make monthly payments of interest only, and at the end of your term, you get your money back. Right? So it works very well. You have all kinds of flexibility and options. We ask you to just give us a call. There's not enough time up here for me to explain it in finite detail, so we'd love to explain it to you over the phone, answer any questions you have. And if you're ever in the Phoenix metro area, please come by and see us. We'd love to have investors, potential investors, come in. Okay, come in and meet the team, hear the stories. Come out on the borrower floor where we're talking to these individuals. These callers, they call in, they're scared, they're nervous, they're upset, they're embarrassed, they're crying. They need our help. And the only way this country is going to fix the student loan debt crisis is by getting on top of it through capitalism, innovation, and entrepreneurship. And that right there is why refi. So what I'm going to ask you to do, take a minute, look us up, call and ask any questions you want. We'd love to share and learn more about what you are doing and how we can help you. I'm going to wrap up with this. God bless America. God bless Donald Trump. And please let us win this election. We need this so bad. Get this country turned back around. So please get out there and vote. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Dr. Jensen Franklin.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I am a pastor in the great state of Georgia. Nothing like Georgia. Thank God for Georgia. Georgia is where I started pastoring. I'd never pastored a church before, and I became a pastor. Pastored the only church I've ever pastored, a church called Free Chapel. I met my wife. I am originally from North Carolina, and I met my wife in Stone Mountain and kissed her at Stone Mountain for the first time. I love Georgia. How many of you are thankful to be in Georgia tonight? So what is a preacher and a pastor doing here? Well, we're going to pray in just a moment. But I want to tell you a quick story of how I kind of got involved and tell you a little bit about what I found out about President Trump. I've known him now for several years and had meals with him and talked with him for hours. And all of that happened the first time that I went to Trump Tower by his invite with a group of pastors. And as I heard him, the more I heard him, the more I realized he cared about people of faith. He cared about our churches. He cared about our Bible. He cared about, the thing I appreciated and loved about him is he never pretended to be something he was not. He even let some cuss words out while he was talking to a group of preachers, because he's not a fake. What you see is what you get. He doesn't pretend. It's refreshing. I'd rather have somebody real that this is who I am, and he tells you what he means, not what you want to hear. And yet, I watched him in meeting after meeting after meeting in the White House as he would go around the room and listen to pastors and preachers and people of faith. And when he heard truth, he would tend to move toward it. And I'm so thankful tonight that that bullet didn't kill President Donald Trump. I'm so thankful to God. It moves me deep in my heart. And I believe that the thing that saved his life, he gives a little bit of credit to that chart, but he gives a lot of credit, all the credit, to God Almighty and the prayers of God's people. You and I, our prayers make a difference, and our votes make a difference, and we got to do both. So I'm going to ask you all over this building to stand on your feet with me, please, as we open this up with prayer. And, you know, we left all of our denominational labels out in the parking lot. We gathered under one name, the name of Jesus Christ, in this room. And I ask you now, if you would, to pray with me. When Jesus was asked, how should we pray? He said, if you want to cover your nation, if you want to cover your family, if you want to cover your marriage, your children, your children's children, the future generations, that's why I'm here. That's why I'm in this fight. We're fighting for the freedom and the faith and growing up in a free nation for our children and our children's children. And Jesus said, if you want to know how to pray in the perfect will of the Father, pray like this. And if you don't know the Lord's Prayer, it's okay. We got you covered. And you'll recognize little pieces in it. And when we say it, it takes 24 seconds to pray the whole prayer. And you cover everything in your life. So pray it with us and jump in on the parts you know. And if you don't, just kind of mumble. God sees your heart and He loves you tonight. Would you pray with me, everyone, in unison, the Lord's Prayer? Let's invite God's presence into America and into Georgia and into this election. You can call me a Christian nationalist. I am a Christian, and I love America, and I love the Bible, and I love freedom of religion, pro-life, pro-Israel, pro-Constitution. Let's pray. Our Father, which art in heaven. Come on, everybody. Hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread. Forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. Lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen. Would you give the King of Kings, Jesus Christ, a great big praise?
Ladies and gentlemen, please remain standing for our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the pale northern sky, o'er the ramparts we watched, were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets regulate the dawn's bursting gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free?
Put your hands together for Sheen Van Fleet.
Hello, Georgia. My name is Sheen Van Fleet. I'm an immigrant, a legal immigrant from a communist China. I was invited here to speak to you because I have an important message. I have lived through two Marxist revolutions. One I lived through in China more than 50 years ago, and one in here, right here in America with the rest of you. I grew up during the Chinese Cultural Revolution, and believe me, I've seen a world turned upside down. Mao's Red Guard destroyed the entire Chinese Cultural Revolution, Chinese civilization. The Red Guards were the tens of millions of indoctrinated youth from elementary school all the way to college. They tore down statues, they renamed streets and roads, and they renamed institutions and even their personal names to enforce the political correctness. They burned books, they terrorized communities. I saw friends turned against friends, neighbors against neighbors, co-workers against co-workers, wives against husbands, and the children against their parents. Does any of this sound familiar? They destroyed everything that united us as a people, our shared tradition and history. Anyone suspected of holding unapproved views was condemned and labeled as a counter-revolutionary, the Chinese version of a racist. I saw the so-called enemy of the people being demonized just like the MAGA here in America. My entire memory of the Cultural Revolution can be summed up with one word: chaos. Think about Minneapolis in 2020. 30 years ago, I escaped the nightmare of communism and came to America in search of freedom. I believe that I left communism behind for good. I was convinced that freedom in America was a given. As most of the immigrants, I focused on achieving my American dreams and paid very little attention to politics. It was President Trump who woke me up, and I began to realize that the freedom is not a given. It can slip through our finger at any time. I decided to take action. In 2021, I went to the Loudoun County School Board and delivered a 1-minute speech comparing the critical race theory to the divisiveness of the Chinese Cultural Revolution. The video went viral and my message started to get out. I have seen our country become more and more like the communist China I left behind. For those who still consider Kamala as a choice, and for those who still haven't made up your mind, please listen to someone who actually lived through the communism. Here is my message. Today we are facing a choice for ourselves and for the future generation. On the ballot is the choice between communism and freedom. I was able to escape communism by coming to America. If America falls, there's no place for any of us. Vote. Vote as if your life depends on it, because it does. Vote for Donald J. Trump.
Let's hear it for Jenny Beth Martin.
Casting my vote this year for Donald J. Trump for president. He's the greatest president in our lifetimes, and we have to make sure we do everything we can to get out the vote for him. Our super PAC, Tea Party Patriot Citizens Fund, is doing just that. And if you're interested in the work that we're doing, you can go to winelectionsga.com. And if you're watching and you're not from Georgia, just go to winelections.com. The reason that I'm so determined to make sure that Donald Trump is president again is because of our border. I've been to the border so many times over the last decade, and Donald Trump is serious about making sure that we have a lawful border and that it is secure once again. This year, it really hit home for us in Georgia, didn't it? Those of us who are graduates from UGA were very alarmed. Go Dogs! We were very alarmed when we heard there was a student missing on the campus of our alma mater. I was alarmed because parents my age have kids in school there right now, and my children have friends in school at UGA. Later in the day, we learned that it was Laken Riley who was missing, and ultimately we learned she had died. And that was so troublesome. And then I learned she was from my county. She's from Cherokee County. And I learned that she went to my children's elementary school. And the year before they were in first grade, she had the same first grade teacher as they did. She wrote a letter, or a note, in first grade. The first grade Laken Riley said, "When I grow up, I want to be a nurse because it helps people get better, and it looks very fun to help people. For working, I will make $100,000. I will not be married. I will stay with my family until I die. I would like to live in Florida. Florida is lots of fun, and the ocean and the pool is there." Laken was living her dream. She was working in nursing school to become a nurse so she could help people. And because of the lawlessness that Biden and Harris have at the border, the wide open border, her killer was allowed to come into this country completely unvetted, to go to New York and be released from custody, to come to Georgia and ultimately to take her life. It was senseless and preventable. We can't do anything at all to stop the pain that her family is suffering from. And we should pray for them because they're facing Thanksgiving and Christmas and New Year's for the first time without her by their side. But what we can do is work in her memory to make sure that other families across this country don't suffer the same way they have. President Trump will seal the border and will deport the people who have entered this country illegally. Please make sure you do everything you can and honor her memory. And you can go to willyourdaughterbenext.com to see a video we've done honoring her and Samantha Daly and other women who have been killed by illegal immigrants in this country. Let's do all we can in the next 13 days to make sure that Donald Trump is the next president, that Republicans control the House and Republicans control the Senate. Thank you. God bless you. And God bless the United States of America.
if you are up in the concourse areas, we need you to make your way in the room and to your seats. Once again, if you are in the concourse areas, please make your way into the room and find your seats. Once again, if you are on the concourse areas, please make your way into the room and locate your seats. We need to get everybody off the concourse and into the arena and in a seat. So please make your way into the arena and find a seat. Once again, if you're in the concourse areas, please make your way into the room and locate your seats. We need to get everyone off the concourse area into the arena and in a seat. So please do that.
please welcome Jacob Helberg.
Good afternoon, Georgia. It's great to be here. I'm Jacob Helberg, and I'm a refugee from the communist state of California. 40 years ago, I decided to vote with my feet and moved east. I chose liberty over looting, freedom over fanaticism, and winning over wokeness. That's what I found in Florida, and that's what I feel today here in Georgia. Politics can be complicated, but for me, it all comes down to something very simple. Trump puts America first, Kamala blames America first. Kamala literally said she wants all of us to be more woke. She divides us into tiny boxes and pits us against each other. Whites versus non-whites, rich versus poor, villains versus victims. And if you're in the wrong group, you'll be silenced, canceled, and demonized. If you want a border, you're xenophobic. If you want safe streets, you're systemically racist. If you want to choose what car you drive, you're a climate denier. If you want schools that focus more on math and less on pronouns, you're privileged. This is what the Democratic Party believes today. They gaslight you every day. It's insane. Their answer to everything is to blame you. My friends, our answer is that there's nothing wrong with us that we can't fix this November. We need President Trump back in the White House where he belongs. Kamala Harris has left a wake of chaos and war everywhere behind her. Her weakness has pushed us to the foothills of World War III. She built a military that can fight transphobia, but not China. Under her watch, Iran will get nuclear weapons. That's the same Iran that just tried to assassinate President Trump and Mike Pompeo. She coddles Hamas and anti-Israel protesters that burn the American flag. She has criticized, undermined, and blamed Israel every step of the way while Israel fights for its survival. But in spite of Kamala, Israel is defeating Hamas and Hezbollah. In spite of Kamala, Israel is winning the war and shaping a new Middle East. And in 13 days, the Kamala Khamenei era of incompetence and terror will finally be over. When President Trump first came into office, all the so-called experts said China was on an unstoppable path to overtaking us. Kamala's Blame America friends in the media were all excited, writing headlines about American decline and the dawn of a new Chinese century. But the experts never planned for one thing: President Donald J. Trump. The Trump tariffs hit China like a meteor, and China never recovered. President Trump's foreign policy gave a voice to all those who watched factories go on the auction block while China looted our economy. It gave a voice to the families who lost loved ones to China's fentanyl war on our country. And it reminded us all that survival at home means putting America first abroad. So I have a sincere question. When Kamala Harris says we're not going back, what part of the Trump years does she not want to go back to? The peace, the prosperity, the respect we had from our allies, the fear in our enemies' eyes? The truth is that President Trump was right about everything, and everyone knows it. I want to end on a personal note, as the Jewish grandson of 2 Holocaust survivors and as a former Democrat. My message to all those who feel abandoned by the Democratic Party is simple. You haven't changed, the Democratic Party has changed. You feel abandoned because you have been. The raging anti-Semitism on college campuses and on the far left is not normal, and it's marbled in today's Democratic Party. This election is not about party labels, and it's not about whether we go left or right. It's about whether we go up or down. My friends, we have 13 days to give this movement all our help and all our heart. So Georgia, I ask you to stand with me and stand with President Trump. Let's go out and vote for Donald Trump on November 5th. God bless you all. God bless
Let's hear it for Josh McCoon, Chairman of the Georgia GOP.
Hello, Georgia. Can you feel it? 13 days until we make Donald J. Trump the 47th President of the United States. It's great to see everybody. I'm really happy that my wife Jacqueline is here today. I could not be chairman of the Georgia Republican Party without her. I love you. Thank you for being here. I'm also so grateful to our friends at Turning Point Action. They've been such wonderful allies in this fight over the last year to get us where we are on the precipice of victory. So, I miss the old Democratic Party. That may be a weird thing to say here. I miss the Democratic Party that knew the difference between a man and a woman. I miss the Democratic Party that joined with us in standing strong with the state of Israel. So you have a choice to make between two Americas, two Georgias. We can choose one with less freedom. We can choose one where we say America's just going to recede into the background. Do you want to go to that America? Me either. I want to live in the America where a guy who had to drop out of the 8th grade to take care of his family went to fight in the Pacific in World War II, had a modest grocery store, and his grandson is standing here before you as chairman of the Georgia Republican Party. That's the America I want to live in. I want to live in an America where if you can dream it, you can do it. And you know who's going to deliver that America for us? A builder. A builder. Someone who built big, beautiful buildings. Someone who dreamed big dreams and lived them out. Someone who literally has gone through hell for us, been indicted for us, taken a bullet for us, Donald J. Trump. So I have a homework assignment. First thing, make some noise if you have already voted in Georgia. Sounds like most of you have assignment 1 down cold. I need everyone here to grab as many of your friends and neighbors as possible and get them to make a plan and vote between now and November 1st at the end of early voting. Can you do that for me? If you do that, we're going to be able to spend more of our time, money, and resources on the people that we know are with us. If we get them into that ballot box, they're going to vote for Donald Trump. But it takes more time and more money. So when you vote early, you make it easier for us to win. Everybody in this room is going to get us to the 5-yard line. These folks that don't always vote are going to score the touchdown for us. So when we get out of here tonight, for the next 13 days, we're going to get on the phone, we're going to knock on doors, we're going to talk to people in the grocery store line, we're going to write no tax on tips, vote Trump on our receipts when we go to the restaurant. We're going to do whatever it takes, because this election is the most important election we've ever had. And when we look back on November 5th, you'll be able to say that you did your part to save America and unleash the greatest century in our history by making Donald J. Trump the 47th president of these United States. Thank you very much.
Eric called me and said, hey, what are your top 5 favorite Christian podcasts? And I said, you gotta get on Elijah Stream. You gotta do it. Steve's great. You gotta get on a show.
Ladies and gentlemen, Congressman Mike Collins.
Hello, Georgia! Man, wow. This must be the small rally that Kamala was talking about down the street. You know, there's no way she could draw a crowd this big in Georgia, not even with a free concert. And by the way, y'all, Christ is King. Now, for y'all that don't know me, I am Congressman Mike Collins. I'm just a good old boy that made a living in the trucking business. Like Trump, I spent most of my career in the private sector. But I like to tell folks all the time, y'all, I'm extremely proud of one thing. Y'all, I bought my ticket on the Trump train long before he was a nominee in 2016, and I've been shoveling coal ever since. And after 9 years and one heck of a ride, man, you couldn't drag me off this train for these final 13 days for nothing. I don't care if I have to, I'll get out and push. And everybody in this room, in this building, need to be in the same mindset. Because y'all, it's time to vote. So do not, under any circumstances, let anything get between you and getting your vote counted. You know, I don't care if you're a long-haul trucker or a long-distance runner.
If you didn't go vote today, you better get out there and go vote tomorrow. Now I want to ask y'all something. Did anybody see that ball game in Texas with the Georgia Bulldogs? Now, did y'all see Curtis Smart wagging that finger at the refs? Now, if I see any of you that are on the did not vote list, I'm going to be wagging my finger at you, and you need to be doing the same thing with people you know. Now, if you want to be able to afford a house, you want a secure border, if you want to just send your kids to school and just let them learn and not get brainwashed, if you want the most expensive vehicle you operate to not be a grocery cart, then go vote. If you want the milkshake machine at McDonald's to be fixed and for Burger King to pay for it, go vote! Because y'all, our country is trying to get back to doing the number one thing that Donald Trump said you never get tired of doing. That's winning. I mean, buying cars, going on vacation, buying houses, every American. Black, brown, white, 2 college degrees, no degrees. Trump's policies lifted all boats. Everybody was doing better. They're doing better than what they're doing now. And the other side, y'all, they don't want to run on issues. I mean, with liberal policies as bad as Kamala Harris, who would? No, I tell you what they're running on. They're running on lies, smears, hate. The media and the left has spent 10 years trying to brainwash the American people into hating Donald Trump, a man that literally took a bullet for this country. And let me tell you something. Trump ain't running against Kamala Harris. Y'all, Trump's running against a regime. A socialistic, big government, control everything about you, woke regime. These people want to destroy the culture and the fabric of our country. They hate Donald Trump so much. But let me tell you something. Trump loves our country more than that. Look, I'm going to close real quick, maybe. Y'all, we're going to secure that border. We're going to stop American families from losing sons and daughters to illegal, that's right, illegal aliens who are invading our country. We're going to stop the gangs, the fentanyl, the sex trafficking, everything that outside invaders are doing to destroy America. We're going to stop the destruction of our country with Donald Trump and J.D. Vance in the White House and an America First Congressman that'll have his back this time. Y'all, I got somebody I need to put on notice real quick. Let me tell you something. You in this country illegal? Pack your bags. Come January, you're going home. Now I gotta ask y'all something now. I'm asking you to hunker down. Let's hunker down these last 13 days and do your part. Chase those ballots. Get your family, get your friends to the polls and get them to vote. Get involved with Turning Point. Get involved with the Trump campaign. Folks, you do that, we work hard, we're going to win November the 5th. And by God, we will take our country back. Thank you.
Give a warm welcome to Commissioner Tyler Harper.
What's up, Georgia? Who's ready to
send Donald Trump and J.D. Vance to the White House on November 5th. Ladies and gentlemen, this is an important election. I know all of you know that. The White House runs right through the middle of the great state of Georgia. And it's incumbent upon every one of us to get excited. It's incumbent upon every one of us to ensure we get out every Georgian to get to the polls between now and November 5th to secure their ballot, to lock in their vote for Donald Trump and J.D. Vance to get our country back on track. You know, as the Commissioner of Agriculture in the great state of Georgia, I get to work with some of the greatest people in our state. Working with farmers and farm families and producers, but at the same time working every day to protect every Georgian, every consumer, every single day. But right now our farm families have been struggling. Under the Biden-Harris administration, net farm income since 2022 is expected to decline almost 43%. That's going the wrong direction. That means the retail dollar back to the family farm, it continues to decline. That means our family farm operations and agriculture can't be successful. I don't know about you, but agriculture is national security, period. Providing our food, our fiber, our shelter for us every single day is a vital component of our nation's national security, and Donald Trump and J.D. Vance understand that. They know that it's critical for America to be safe, to be independent. To be an America First nation means putting agriculture first. Under the Biden-Harris administration, we have the largest agriculture trade deficit we have ever seen. It's expected to be over $42 billion if we continue down this track by 2025. A negative trade deficit in agriculture. That means we're importing more food than we're producing for ourselves. That means our nation is heading down the wrong path. That means we're heading down a path of insecurity. The future of America rests in our ability to protect agriculture. Donald Trump understands that. J.D. Vance understands that. Under their administration, we had tremendous success in the world of agriculture. We were able to ensure that farm families were able to be successful. We secured our border. We understood that America First policies ensured that America continued to be successful. And it's incumbent upon us to do that every single day. As part of our nation's national security, we've done some things for that right here in the state of Georgia. This past session, and I was a big proponent of this, and it was a priority of ours to get this across the finish line. It is now law in the state of Georgia. If you were an adversary of the United States, you can't buy ag land in the state of Georgia no more. And it's those type of policies that Donald Trump and J.D. Vance understand we need to be implementing on a national level. Because if you're an adversary to the United States, you need to sit in your place. You need to understand that your position in the world economy is something that America is going to come after to ensure that we continue to be safe and we continue to be secure. And we're doing that right here in the great state of Georgia. You know, when it comes to the food supply chain, and I'm going to read this off because I want to make sure I get the words right. A loaf of bread costs 50% more today than it did before the pandemic. Ground beef is up almost 50%. Those are the exact words of Vice President Kamala Harris. Well, who's been in office for the last few years? Why is ground beef prices high? Why is the loaf of bread price high? It's because of the policies that they've implemented. And it's incumbent upon us to ensure that those policies don't stay anymore. And on November 5th, with your help, we can send their policies back packing. We can clear the White House and the federal government of the policies that don't make sense. We can ensure that we protect America. We can ensure that America's stance on the national stage and the world stage is as vital and as crucial as it ever has been. And we can ensure that agriculture is national security and will always be national security. I don't know about y'all, but I'm pretty excited. I'm ready. Because on November 5th, we're going to win and we're going to send the Biden-Harris administration packing once and for all. And we're going to ensure that America is secure. We're going to ensure that we're secure. We're going to ensure that agriculture is successful and the state of Georgia can be
disrespectful at the same time. God bless you for what you're doing. God bless every one of you for your patriotism. Thank you for being here. Thank you for the work that you're doing to get Donald Trump across the finish line. We're going to end this. We're in this together. We're going to make this happen. Y'all help us work through it. Y'all keep plowing all the way to November 5th, and I'm going to keep plowing with you. Y'all have a wonderful afternoon. God bless you.
Please welcome Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene.
You don't disagree with me? I'm not going to tell you to go to the rally down the street. We're not throwing you out. But Kamala Harris will. Let me tell you, that should have been the message to every single American citizen that is voting in this election. When Kamala Harris went off script, when there were two people in her rally that proclaimed Jesus is Lord and Christ is King, while she was talking about abortion, the murder of the innocent, most innocent people among us, she threw them out and told them to go to the Trump rally. You want to know what that meant? That's right, You want to know what that meant? She doesn't want your vote if you're a Christian. And if you're a person of faith, a believer in God, or a Christian, you can't vote for a Democrat. You can't vote for Kamala Harris. She doesn't want your vote. True. True. Oh, I love Trump too. You know, on my way over here, I watched a video. I watched Kamala Harris standing at the Vice President's residence in Washington, D.C., at a podium with the Vice President's seal in her official capacity. And she was giving a speech, and she was calling President Trump a fascist. She was calling him Hitler, and she was referring to a piece in The Atlantic where John Kelly supposedly, after 5 years of not saying anything, decided that 2 weeks before the election, he would come out and say things that Donald Trump supposedly said in office. These people are all the same. It's the same playbook. It's the same game. It's the same garbage. It's the same media. It's the same mainstream fake news crap that we have been hearing for 8 years now. And Kamala Harris claims she has the audacity to lie to the American people and say that Donald Trump would turn the military on the American people, that Donald Trump would weaponize the power of the federal government against its political enemies. But let's be very clear. I'll be like Kamala. Let's be clear. You know, I will be clear. There is only one regime that has turned the federal government against its political enemies, and that is the Kamala Harris regime in power, and Steve Bannon is in jail right now. Well, he's getting out next week. I can't wait to watch War Room. And Peter Navarro is here. He'll be speaking today too. And I want to remind everyone, if you protested the election on January 6th and happened to walk through open doors in the Capitol in Washington and walk back out, Donald Trump will be the only one that will pardon these people. This is the election of our lifetime, ladies and gentlemen. But let me boil it down for you, for all of us in Georgia. This is extremely important. Here's our job. We show up and we vote. Look, you may not like the battlefield, I don't like it either. You may not like the playing field that we have to play on right now, but I'm going to tell you, I will never sit it out. And I don't want any of you to sit it out either. So you have to make sure that you vote. And then you have to go further. You have to have those uncomfortable conversations with people that aren't sure they want to vote. For someone in your family or your friends or your neighbors that aren't sure if they can pull that lever for Donald Trump, you have to have that conversation. I can't do it for you. You have to do it. You have to get them in there to vote. And then let me tell you what you do. You mark those selections on the machine. You vote for Donald Trump. You vote for Marjorie Taylor Greene for Congress. You vote for every Republican down ballot. Then, when your ballot is printed, you check it carefully and make sure it says what you selected. Then you turn it in and you get your pretty little I voted sticker that has a peach on it and you wear it proudly. That's what we're doing. This is how we're going to win, and we're going to flood the polls and make sure that we get Donald Trump over the finish line on November 5th. I don't want to wait 2 weeks, do you? No, I want to declare it on election night. So we can do that. We've got to get that done. But our job does not stop with this election. If you live in Georgia, our job is going to happen again in 2026. You want to know why? Our entire government slate is on the ballot. Governor, lieutenant governor, secretary of state, and we need a new one. Right? Attorney general and so much more. We also have a United States Senate seat that will be on the ballot in 2026. So what we're doing here, this machine that we're building to save America, what we're doing on November 5th in this election, here, if you live in Georgia, you're going to join me and we're going to do the same thing to stop the Democrats from turning our state blue in 2026. And I'll tell you why. Georgia is our home. And we are not going to turn it blue, and we are not going to allow the Democrats to take our home state, just like we are going to take back Washington, D.C., we are going to take back the federal government, and we are going to save America on November 5th. Vote for Donald Trump. God bless you guys.
When I hold gold in my hand, it feels right to me. I've looked at a lot of gold companies, and there is one that I would trust, and that's Fisher Hamilton.
I have a deep fear that globalist bankers may target individual consumers just because they're conservative. That's why I think we need the safety of gold. There's only one man who can save this country, that's Donald Trump.
Donald Trump is going to be the nominee. He was a terrific president. I'm honored to call him a friend. And we have to get him back in the White House, period.
Now, welcome Seth Dillon.
Wow, what a crowd. I gotta get a selfie with you guys real quick. Have you guys heard of the Babylon Bee? Well, I'm the CEO of the Babylon Bee. We are the world's most trusted, factually accurate news source. We have now surpassed The Onion. We're actually the second most popular satire site in the world now, just behind CNN.com, which I think is quite an accomplishment. And you know, people think our job is easier than ever because of how insane the world is. And I have to correct them when they say that. They're wrong. Our job is not easier. We have to exaggerate what's going on in the world, and how do we parody that which is a parody of itself? The world has gone completely insane. It's too absurd to be satirized. I try to put it in terms that people can relate to. Maybe this will help. Imagine if your job is to write jokes that are funnier than what Democrats are doing in real life. Imagine if your job is to write jokes that are funnier than a Kamala Harris speech. She really let her mask slip too when she said, "You're at the wrong rally." Can you believe she said that? Now is the time that Democrats are supposed to pretend to like Christians, right? Oops. But yeah, our job is more difficult than ever. In fact, it's difficult to the point where our jokes keep coming true. We have over 100 jokes that we've told that have come true as if they were prophecies. That's how insane the world is. We told a joke about how the only people still wearing masks at this point are probably just super ugly. And then a study came out 2 years later that said unattractive people are more likely to wear masks. I always have to scan the room after I say that just to see. I don't see a single mask in this room. A lot of beautiful faces. It is true, though, that the world is insane. It feels like we're living in a South Park episode, doesn't it? We have Riley Gaines is coming out. Riley Gaines is an American hero. She's going to be speaking here in just a bit. She's dealing with this madness. You know, we have men dominating women's sports right now. That bothers some of you. There are some women in the room. I'm not a biologist, but I can see and think that there are some women in the room. But we have men dominating women's sports. You know, that, by the way, that issue could end tomorrow if women decided to end it. If they refused to compete against men, it would end overnight. But that's what it takes. It takes bold, decisive action. It takes a willingness to sacrifice something. It takes standing on the truth and being unwilling to compromise. We have to restore sanity in this nation. And to do that, we have to elect the right leadership. We have to elect Donald Trump. We have to safeguard speech, too. You know, this is the fight that we've been involved in. I don't know if you guys have followed the battles that we've been going through with censorship, but we've been fact-checked so many times. They keep rating our jokes false. Jokes like Ninth Circuit Court overturns death of Ruth Bader Ginsburg. Or CNN purchases industrial-sized washing machine to spin the news in before publishing it. It's nuts. But they've also tried to censor us for hate speech. And it's not that they actually have a problem with hate speech. They just hate speech. We need leadership that will safeguard speech. We didn't have these threats to this extent when Trump was in the Oval Office. We need to bring him back so that we can safeguard the rights that are under threat, that are under attack. Life, liberty, truth, goodness, beauty, all of these things are under assault. And how do we do that? How do we win? I think one of the things that was most alarming that I saw recently was this study that came out from Barna. Did you guys see this study that showed, maybe some people have talked about it already, I'm not sure, but 32 million church-going Christians are unlikely to vote in this election. Let me say that number again, 32 million. You know the last election in 2020 was decided by thousands of votes, not millions of votes? This election is ours if Christians will do their duty and elect the right leadership. And the reasons, the two primary reasons that Christians are excited for why they're sitting this one out. is because they're disinterested in politics and they dislike the candidates. And these are terrible excuses. You know, policy matters so much more, infinitely more than the person. Policy is what matters. You know, Trump overturned Roe. Kamala Harris wants abortion on demand throughout the pregnancy, maybe even a little after, without restrictions. We have a duty as Christians to fight for and defend that which is good and true. Lives are on the line. Our rights are on the line. Sanity is on the line. The truth is on the line. It's a spiritual war, by the way, for the ones who are disinterested in politics. Who cares about politics? This isn't a political battle that we're in. This is spiritual warfare. These are the forces of evil. These aren't minor political differences. The left is after our kids. They want to cultivate confusion in our kids, confuse them, and then castrate them and mutilate them. These are the kinds of things that you do if you hate children and want them to suffer. If you love them and want them to flourish, you'll correct them and instruct them in the way they should go. They say evil prevails when good men fail to act. Usually that's something that they say in times of war, right, when there's actual physical conflicts. But it's just as true of political issues, political battles, spiritual battles, cultural battles. Evil prevails when good men fail to act. We need to stand up. We need to vote for freedom, for truth, for goodness. You have two choices as far as I can tell. Christians have two options. You can either vote for Trump or you can vote against Kamala Harris. What you can't do is sit this one out. Thank you, and God bless America.
There's no guarantee to free speech on misinformation.
If they don't moderate and monitor the content, we lose traffic control. They are directly speaking to millions and millions of people without any level of oversight or regulation. And that's
Together, we can end free speech. Martha Alliance is responsible for content and this advertising.
Give it up for Del Bigtree.
How you all doing? Are we ready to take back this country? We made that ad using their own words. They are telling you they're out to end free speech. Every single one of them do not believe in the First Amendment any longer. That should scare all of you. Because no matter what we differ on, we will never be able to work out our issues in this country if we're not allowed to talk about it publicly. So the First Amendment ends up being the most important. It's the reason it's the first one. And now we have an entire party running on the idea that you don't deserve to have your voice in this country. This became apparent to me. Have you guys heard of a guy named Robert Kennedy Jr.? I had the honor of being his director of communications for his campaign. At first he ran as a Democrat, but then there was no primaries. They actually made a rule that when we were campaigning in New Hampshire, that everyone that campaigned in New Hampshire, their votes would go to Joe Biden. They really did that. That was the rule. These people were out of their minds. So when people say to me, oh, you're saying they steal elections, I'm telling you, the election was already rigged. We watched it happen with Bobby Kennedy. So once we realized there was going to be no primary, that we knew a man that was failing in the White House, did not have the faculties to run this country, but no one was going to allow him to be replaced. I mean, think about it for a second.
They could have had a Kennedy running the Democrats. Only one problem. He was saying, I'm going to clean up all the corruption in this country. I'm going to clean up the regulatory agencies, and I'm going to heal our children. But the Democrats, they couldn't have any of that. So then he ran as an independent, the most successful independent campaign since Ross Perot. At our height, we were polling at 20 to 25%. But then the debate came along. And CNN, we started hearing that they weren't going to let Bobby Kennedy on the stage, even though he was polling high enough to be there. But I want to point out one thing. While that was happening, Donald Trump publicly and privately behind the scenes said Robert Kennedy Jr. should be on this debate stage. Americans should hear from everybody in this country, especially those that are proven to be able to talk. And be able to talk about the issues we care about, but not the Democrats. They would never let him on the stage, and they made that clear. If Bobby Kennedy's on the stage, then Joe Biden will not be there. I believe this would have been a very different election. But when it came down to that moment, where President Trump looked away just for a moment, and that bullet grazed his ear, America turned a corner. It truly was a turning point. And Robert Kennedy Jr. said to us, I need to talk to him right away. And he called President Trump, and he said, look, first of all, no one knows more than I do what it's like to be through an assassination attempt. And I want to know, how is your family? Because I grew up after I lost my uncle, and I lost my father, and I know how important this is to your family right now. And President Trump said, I'm glad you called, Bobby. You know we have a common enemy. They're censoring you, I've watched it. They haven't let you on the debate stages, and on CNN and MSNBC and ABC and CBS. They're not letting you be heard. No one knows you're there because they don't want your voice in this, Bobby, but I do. And Bobby said, that's right. He said, I've watched the same thing, Donald. As soon as I got on the ballot in all 50 states, all they did was start suing me. And they're suing you, which means we have a common enemy. And so those two guys began a conversation. And now they've come together. And for everyone out there that says that, oh, Trump's a dictator, how about a guy that's putting together the greatest team America's ever seen? We're talking about the Justice League. We got Bobby Kennedy, Tulsi Gabbard, Elon Musk, Vivek Ramaswamy. They're coming to save this country. We're going to work together. Just like Abraham Lincoln put together his team of rivals. Donald Trump is putting together a team of rivals that may not agree on everything, but is willing to sit in the room. Is willing to listen, because all the people that are part of this administration that they're building right now believe in one issue for sure. Maybe they are one-issue voters. It's the most important issue of all. It's the one that our founding fathers signed their name to the Declaration of Independence and said, you know where we live. We would rather die standing than live on our knees. And that issue is freedom. Freedom! 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 You got 2 weeks to make sure that freedom reigns. Thank you.
Please welcome Peter Navarro.
What's up? I was listening to this guy talk about freedom.
I know a little bit about freedom and what it means to lose it. Yeah, pretty steep man. We got any war room folks here? Any posse? Huh? I can't hear you. Steve's back. All right, look. I've had this dream about November 6th. And there's two things that keep coming to me the morning of November 6th. One of them, of course, is that Donald John Trump is our 47th president. But here's the other thing. I want to read in the paper and see it on the fake news, make them choke this up. I want them to choke this up. It was the youth vote put out by Turning Point that won the election. I'm an old guy. I remember Charlie Kirk, the first time I met him back. I was with the boss in 2016 on the campaign trail, and I'm thinking, this guy is Sisyphus, you know that myth, pushing the boulder up the hill. How do you get college kids these days to vote Republican? Charlie taught us how. You're here, look at this. We got more people in this audience than the Bruce Springsteen concert's going to happen tomorrow. You know about that, right? Yeah, Kamala, when she wants to get a crowd, and she brings like people like that, right? We don't need to do that. We just have Charlie Kirk. Hey, here it is, presto. All right, I've got some good news, but I got to ask for your help. And it's not good news for this country, but it is in a way, because we're about to have a turning point in this country. Are we? You know what that word means? Take that word literally. Take it literally. Turning point, change. Okay, we're about to turn our page on them. Close that book. How dare they talk about turning a page when they've been there for 4 years? Here's the thing, I've been out there on the campaign trail with bus story, talking folks, you know, grassroots stuff, love that stuff. There's three things I hear. This is bad news. America is in trouble. Is America in trouble? Second thing I hear is Kamala Harris is responsible for most of that trouble. Is that right? The third thing I hear is that Donald John Trump can get us out of that trouble. Now, I'm one of those nerds of economists and things like that, but let me do some simple math for you. People are going to have three choices on election day and before, actually. They can either vote for, they're going to vote for, thank you, or they're going to vote for Kamala Harris. Now, when I say the next one, you're going to boo even louder. They're going to stay home. You see, people think that's three choices, but what is? It's only two. Because if you stay home, that's a vote for Kamala Harris. Right? You with me? Okay, so here's what we're going to do. And the thing that used to be about these events is that there's thousands of people here, but there's thousands more watching this, okay? So let's do a little math. I need you to promise two things, right? One is everybody's going to go to the polls before Election Day. Will you promise me that? All right, now here's the hard part. You got to do this, okay? It's fun to come to these rallies. Get your jacket. It's all good. We're having fun. When the boss comes on tonight, I was honored to be with him last night, watching the speech. Tulsi Gabbard comes on. says he's a Republican, and like that goes. I'm telling you, this man who I love so much, who I've known so long, is in a state of political grace right now. He understands his mission. His mission. He knows what to do. That's the beauty of this. He can step right into the Oval Office, and in 100 days, he can get done what he needs to do on inflation and the economy, on securing that border, on Gaza and Ukraine, on law and order. But I'm still looking. I've been all over this country. I'm still looking. I'm still trying to find that one person who supports transgender men in women's sports. Are you here? Doggone it, I'm trying to find that person. How dare that party of the Democrats do that to a country when nobody supports it in the country? Okay? But that thing you have to do for me, besides vote, is what? You got to get 10 people, family, friends, colleagues, to the polls. Will you do that for me? Come on, will you do that for me? Will you do that for Donald Trump? If you do that for me and Donald Trump, you do that for yourself. You understand? That's why we're here today. We got less than 2 weeks. I know how this works. You've got to do your mission. All right, my time is over. I'm going to do a little paid commercial now. I didn't get a dime for this. But if you want to know the real story of Kamala Harris, watch this documentary by Newsmax called Blind Ambition. Newsmax, Blind Ambition. It's the best thing out there. And those folks up there in the fake news, that's the stuff that they're not telling the rest of the country. I'm Peter Navarro. I went to prison so you won't have to. I will be out in the lobby, shake your hand at the bookstore there. I love you all. Love Charlie Kirk. Love Turning Point.
Let's hear it for Riley Gaines.
Which is why Georgia loves President Donald J. Trump. I'm standing backstage over here and I listened to Peter who said, I'm still looking to find one person who supports the idea, the absurd idea of putting men in women's sports. Well, Peter, I've got two for you. Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. Man, it's crazy to be on this stage. To be very clear, this is never where I saw myself, never a position I imagined myself in. I had no intention of being here. I was in dental school after college, hoping to become an endodontist, but by God's will and His favor, here we are. All for merely saying men and women are different. Just 2 years ago, I was a college student studying and competing at the University of Kentucky. I very proudly finished my career as a 12-time NCAA All-American, a 5-time SEC champion, actually the SEC record holder in the 200 butterfly, making me one of the fastest Americans of all time, lifelong journey to be able to compete and ultimately succeed at the highest level. I could share my personal testimony of the events that led me to be here. I could tell you about how me and my teammates were robbed of a fair shot of winning a national championship. I could share the grotesque details of what it was like being forced to undress inches away from a 6'4" man who watched us strip down to nothing while he did the same, exposing his fully intact, naked male body. There are no words to describe the violation and the betrayal, the humiliation that we felt. Let me be clear, no one asked for our consent. We did not give our consent to be exposed and exploited to a naked man. This used to rightfully be labeled as sexual harassment. I could share how our First Amendment rights were violated at the institutional level and how our voices were stifled by the very adults whose job it was. Their most basic duty was to protect us. I could share all of that and more, but I'm not here to speak about me or even my own personal, on my own personal behalf. I'm here to speak on behalf of common sense, everyday Americans and Georgians who have had enough. What we experienced and what girls around the country continue to face is antithetical to the progress Title IX made for women and girls over the past 52 years. Title IX is, of course, the federal civil rights law that at one point prevented sex-based discrimination for any educational program that receives federal funding. Title IX is no more under the Biden-Harris administration. What happened to us at that national championships, the unfair competition, the locker room scene, how our voices as women were effectively muzzled, is what Kamala Harris, Tim Walz, and the rest of the Democratic Party leadership calls progress. Let that sink in. Stripping women of our rights to oppose or even question out loud a naked man, fully intact with male genitalia, undressing inches away from where we were simultaneously unclothed is considered progress to Kamala Harris. I was thrilled to see President Trump and his Women's Town Hall with Harris Faulkner just last week declare that he would use his executive power as president to outright ban men from competing in That is what leadership and moral clarity looks like. Bottom line is this shouldn't be a political issue. Your daughter's safety, your daughter's opportunities to achieve and succeed, it shouldn't be a political or controversial statement to say your daughters deserve privacy in areas of undressing. Yet unfortunately it is. We have an entire political party, at least in terms of elected representation, who believe you can change your sex as often as you change your socks. Recently in the U.S. House, the Protection of Women and Girls in Sports Act was introduced, and it fell entirely on party lines, meaning 219 Republicans voted in favor of protecting women and girls in sports, and all 203, every single last one of them, mothers and fathers of their own young daughters, all 203 Democrats voted in opposition of protecting women and girls in sports. But how can this be? The Democratic Party, they're the ones who claim to be of and for women. They pride themselves on it. My question to Democratic leadership is how in the world can you claim to defend what you can't even define? They say they are for women's rights. When they say that, understand they're talking about the women's ability to dismember and abort a developing child in the womb. They use phrases like reproductive rights and healthcare freedom. Yeah, but where was that healthcare freedom during COVID? They didn't believe in bodily autonomy when it came to injecting yourself with an experimental, ineffective vaccine that has zero credibility. They were the tyrants who fired healthcare workers, school teachers, U.S. military members for not complying with their autocratic mandates. They don't believe in free speech. They don't believe in free expression. That's been made very clear by the compelled speech portion of Title IX. The government now gets to decide what is hate speech and what is misinformation. They don't believe in school choice. They don't believe in parental rights or the safeguarding of children. They don't believe in freedom, unless it is the freedom to murder a baby or the freedom to chemically or surgically castrate children. Governor Sarah Huckabee Sanders, she said it best in her State of the Union address response. She says the dividing line in America is no longer right versus left, red versus blue, Republican versus Democrat. The choice we have in 2 weeks is normal versus crazy. And the funniest part about it is they know that. The Democrats know that. Did you see Kamala's interview, of course, with Bret Baier, and even just yesterday with Hallie Jackson? When Kamala was asked and pressed about her transgender policy, she couldn't say what it entails. Well, let me answer for you because I know. What it entails is you, me, all taxpayers, all tax-paying Americans, we will pay for surgeries of people in prison who are trans, identify as trans, as illegals who are seeking these transgender surgeries. I hear people saying that they will be voting for Kamala Harris because she is a woman. Well, guess what? I am voting for Donald Trump because I am a woman. The left knows it, Barack Obama knows it, Kamala Harris and Tim Walz know it. We need to win back the White House, we need to win back the Senate, we need common sense, we need sanity, we need stability, we need strength, we need to fight, and we all need Jesus and His grace. In just 2 weeks' time, we will all make America great again. Thank you guys.
Welcome to the stage, Benny Johnson. The future man is here.
In the words of Jesse Smollett, this is MAGA country, baby! I love Georgia. I love Georgia. What's loud up there, baby? That's my dogs. My dogs up there! Georgia has a fond place in my heart. It's a beautiful place. It's a red state. I don't believe this is a swing state at all. This is a red state. Damn it. And Georgia, I want to say thank you on behalf of the entire internet for giving us the greatest mugshot in the history of the world. Big Fanny can hear you, boys. Big Fanny getting spanked hard right now. I'm sorry, if Nathan waves in the audience, I'm not trying to get you too excited or anything. They're going to jail, baby. They're going to jail. Look what they try to do to my boy.
They tried to ruin his career. They went in and they said, this will ruin his career. We'll give him a mugshot. What they ended up giving him was the cover of a rap album. All you had to do is add a parental advisory sticker, and this is the hardest track of the summer. Y'all seen rappers actually getting this tattooed on them? Does anybody know someone with a Trump mugshot tattoo? This is a backfire. This is the biggest backfire in the history of politics. There's Forgiato Blow right there. Stand up. This rapper has a Trump tattoo of this mugshot. That's a backfire, baby. My man, he's got this mugshot tattooed. It's massive. My wife wouldn't let me get one. I was going to get it. Tramp stamp. Actually, we should force Tim Walz to get one of those after he loses. What the hell is wrong with that guy? Tucker Carlson's backstage. He has some takes on Tim Walz. Okay, here we go. Got any Christians in the audience? Here's the point. This is the point. What man intends for evil, God intends for good. And that's what happened here. It's what's been happening to our boy Don. This entire election cycle, they have tried to assassinate him. They tried political assassinations. Hillary Clinton, Russian dossier. They tried impeachment assassinations. They tried judicial assassinations. He's facing 400 years in jail. Some states tried to take him off the ballot. They tried to remove the capacity to vote for Donald Trump. That is itself a style of assassination. So when you vote Trump, vote twice as hard for those people that didn't want, the democracy defenders that wanted to take him off the ballot. Ladies and gentlemen, then they tried literal assassinations. I see Brick Suit down here in the front row. He was there in Butler. But what man intends for evil, God intends for good. And what we ended up getting was something even more epic, ladies and gentlemen. What we ended up getting was some sweet salt for our liberal friends. Eat the salt lid. Ooh, baby. Hey, Kamala, would you like a side of lies with that? Kamala Harris lied about working at McDonald's. Anybody worked fast food? Anybody worked as a waiter? I sure did. Most Americans have. This is... What's up? Guys up there talking about special sauce. I got some special sauce for you, pal. It's the memes, baby. Oh, McTrigger. They can't stop the memes. You want some salt? We got your salt. Just change the sign already. Just change the damn sign. You can do it. We can do it. I want to speak to the manager. I don't normally break news in front of massive stadiums of people, but y'all are just too beautiful. I was sent a very exclusive, very private screenshot of a photo of Kamala Harris on her birthday watching President Trump work the fries at McDonald's. Do you want to see it? No, it sucks. Oh, no. Oh, I'm so sorry, Kamala. This was not a great birthday present for you. Commander-in-Chief! How do you beat this? You don't beat this. Trump fixed the ice cream machine. one day, he fixed the ice cream machine, and now Joe Biden's wearing a MAGA hat. What timeline are we living in? This is the greatest timeline. I have played for you some memes today. That's not a meme. Joe Biden knows. It's all the ice cream machine, baby. Not a meme. A real photo. Who wants a commander-in-chief who's a servant leader? Because that's what this is. Christian servant leadership is putting on that apron when you're a billionaire, getting your hands dirty, getting some of that salt, some of that grease on your skin. Who's been there? I've been there. Working like the common man. You know what that does? That gives us dignity. It says we are all created equal. God did create all of us equal. There is no white or black America, red or blue America. There's just the United States of America. We're all together here. And we can all enjoy some delicious, salty, crispy fries served to us by our commander-in-chief, Donald Trump, as a servant leader. That's why the libs are freaking out over this. They can't conceive of ever stooping down to our level, ever doing real work like the common man. This is why they're losing their mind, because they know how much this connects. It connected so much, in fact, that RFK Jr., who's backstage, said, he told me right before I went on, he said this would be the only time he eats seed oils is if Donald Trump served the fries. And it does. Powerful. What's the alternative here, exactly? So what's the other side offering? Somebody yelled, "Christ is King," at Kamala Harris, and she said, and I quote, "Oh, you are at the wrong rally this week." Ladies and gentlemen, when somebody shows you who they are, believe them. If you believe Christ is King, you're in the right house tonight. Christ is King. Christ is King. That's the difference. This is the difference, ladies and gentlemen. Any gun owners? What the hell is going on with this guy? Because somebody explained to me, like, I get it that you're loading tampons into your shotgun, but you're not supposed to load your shotgun in your crotch. Are you trying to become a eunuch? Are these the free vasectomies I keep hearing about from the Democrat Party? Is this how it happens? Maybe this is why he can walk around like this all the time. Good old tampon Tim. So total frauds. Do not start a tampon Tim chat. Do not do it. Although I will tell you, the greatest self-control I've ever seen in my life is the greatest self-control I've ever seen in my life. That's the JD Vance section up there. The greatest self-control I've ever seen in my life. You know you're going to hurt his feelings, right? You know he has a $2,000 shotgun he's never fired, right? That he didn't get a single bird. Anybody ever gone pheasant hunting? Anyone gone hunting? He didn't get a single bird, didn't fire a single shot, loaded the shotgun in his crotch, and used tampons, I think, to load the shotgun. Yeah, that's the problem. They're fraudulent. They're fraudulent. They're offering you an ideology that hates Christians, that hates Christ, and want to blow your balls off, I guess, when you're That's bad. Our offer you crispy, salty deliciousness from McDonald's with a smile. As he waves, like a Norman Rockwell painting. Our side is bringing people together, including the man that's going to take us to Mars, including the man that's given everything for free speech. You want to talk about real joy, a campaign of joy? That's a campaign of joy right there. Our boy Elon. God bless Elon Musk. Look at this moment. RFK will soon be on stage. This is the movement of populism. Populism is popular. The reason why is because, correct me if I'm wrong, we're all Americans, damn it. This is our country. There's not going to be another one. We're Native Americans. We were born here. My granddaddies were born here. That means it's our country, and they have no right to destroy it. Populism means protecting our borders. Populism means putting America first, and there's only one motivation that you need, ladies and gentlemen, to carry through the day, and I'll share it with you. It's my motivation. My kids. It's my family. I got 3 kids, and that's my wife right there, Nurse Kate. We're pregnant with our 4th. We are going to repopulate America with patriots, baby. And it's never been easier. The left vote for a shotgun in their practice. How do you see it? I fight for my children. My children are Americans. They deserve this birthright. I fight for them. They're Americans, and a blessed generation leaves the country better off for their children. That's my motivation. That's what making America great again means. It means making America great for my American children. That's something worth fighting for, ladies and gentlemen. That's what we are going to do. And I'll leave you with this. All God ever asks for, He asked for this in the Old Testament. Sodom and Gomorrah, it was a place that, they had a very rough, bad go. And all God asked for, the angel of God asked for, is for good men and women to stand up. And He said, I will save your land. I will save your nation. Will you stand with me and be seen tonight by God to save America? May God bless you. It's the global. We're going to win.
Now joining us, Dr. Ben Carson.
On January the 10th, 1963, read into the congressional record of our country, Congressman Herlong, the 45 goals of communism in America. And they were such things as gaining control of the public school system and the teacher union so you can indoctrinate the kids, gaining control of the news media and Hollywood so that it could change the culture of America, depressing the value of the family removing God from the public sector, changing the churches so that instead of the real gospel, you had the social gospel, making sexual perversion normal, natural, and healthy. All of these things are going on in our society today. There have always been those who have wanted to change who we are. But I gotta tell you, even though they say awful things about our country, they say we're systemically racist, we treat people inappropriately. If we were all that bad, why are all these people trying to get in here? And those who want to change our country, particularly the leftists, the Marxists, they're so close right now. You know, Benjamin Franklin, when he came out of the Constitution Hall in 1787, he was asked, "Sir, what do we have here? A monarchy or a republic?" He said, "A republic, if you can keep it." We've kept it for 248 years. We're very close to losing it right now, except our founders were very smart. They studied every civilization that ever existed, and they realized that people just don't have the ability to leave other people alone, and that governments are the same way, and that they grow, they infiltrate, and they dominate. They gave us a fail-safe. The fail-safe is we the people. That is what makes the difference. And what they put in our hands was the ability to vote, and to vote in an appropriate way. Not the way that a lot of people vote. They just look for the name that looks familiar. I mean, it could be Satan, and they say, "I know that one." In many cases it is. So obviously that's not the way to do it. But the reason that they're so desperate right now is because they're so close to pushing us over the edge. But that's also the reason that they are so afraid of Donald Trump. Because he knows who they are. He knows what they do. And they're desperate to get rid of him. One of the ways that they're able to get their way is by intimidating people and making people fearful. It sort of started with political correctness, and then it's morphed into wokeness, and now it's gotten to the place where you have cancel culture, and there are a lot of people who are afraid, so they think the right way, but they won't say anything because they don't want to be called a nasty name, they don't want to be canceled, they don't want their families to suffer any damage. But I have to tell you this truth. You cannot be the land of the free if you're not the home of the brave. Got to stand up for what you believe. That is so important. But after Trump wins on November the 5th, we have to remember that that's just the beginning of the fight. Because, see, they're going to do everything they can to try to make it unsuccessful. But we're not going to allow that to happen. We are not enemies. We, the American people, are not each other's enemies. But they want us to think we are. And they drive wedges between us on the basis of race, age, income, religion, political affiliation, gender, you name it, they drive wedges. But we have to be smart enough to recognize that the one world government people realize that we are the one that's in the way. They can't overcome us militarily, so they're going to try to destroy us from within by attacking our families and our faith. But we know who they are and what they're doing, and we're not going to let it happen. And I gotta say something about our country. My wife and I have visited 68 countries. We have lived overseas, and there is no place like America. We have the best country that there is. And we have to do what we can to make sure that we keep it. You know, it doesn't matter where your ancestors came from. England, Jamaica, Ireland, I heard somebody say, Africa. It doesn't matter where they came from. You're better off here than you would be there. That's the thing about America. It belongs to all of us. And one of the reasons that we have done so well is because we have a relationship with God. Our very first document, the Declaration of Independence, said that our rights come from our Creator, not from the government. And the government can't take those rights away from us. Only God can. And think about what He has done. You know the story of the bullet-proof George Washington. They tried to kill George Washington in the Battle of Monongahela. They did not succeed. 59 miles away from there is Butler, Pennsylvania. They tried to get rid of Donald Trump, and they did not succeed either. Because, as I've told them for the last 10 years, God put him here for a purpose. And that's why they will not succeed. All the things that they have tried have not worked, and they will not work. And the way that we can make sure that they will not work is to make sure that we humble ourselves and pray and seek God and repent and move in the right direction once again in America. Let me just close with a little story about how God works. You know, some years ago, I was summoned to South Africa to try to help separate some conjoined twins who were deteriorating rapidly. And we were going to use the same technique that we used on the German twins before that. But when we got into the operation and opened the chest and revealed the heart of one of the twins, it wasn't working. And the reason they were deteriorating is because as they grew, the one had to do all the work. So one did not have any cardiac function. We got them separated. The other one was doing okay, so we were pleased with that. But after a couple of days, that one died because it didn't have any kidney function. One had the heart function, one had the kidney function. I was so bummed out. As I was going back home, I was saying, Lord, why did you get me involved in this? Anybody could fail. You don't need me to fail. I was feeling sorry for myself. But a couple years later, there was another set joined at the top of the head, facing in opposite direction, something we call type 2 vertical craniopagus. They had never been separated before successfully. But because we had put the team together and had all the equipment together for the one that did fail, that one was completely successful, and now they are adults who are perfectly normal. And I say that to say this. A lot of people feel that what happened to Trump in 2020 was wrong. However, it prepared the way for a magnificent success right now. Make America great again. Great again. Thank you.
Tulsi Gabbard.
Amazing. It is so inspiring and electrifying to be here with all of you here tonight. How many veterans or members of the military we got in the crowd? So we got 12 days and a wake up till election day. The heat is on. It's funny how crazy things have been and how much has changed. You know, I was a Democrat for over 20 years. The Democrat Party that I joined is completely unrecognizable today. I never would have imagined that we would have a Democrat Party under Kamala Harris that is anti-freedom. It's the party of war. It's the party of censorship. It's the party of open borders, and it's the party of poverty. Who would have thought that Kamala Harris and Dick Cheney would define today's Democrat Party? What's crazy to me is when Dick Cheney and Liz Cheney announced their endorsement of Kamala Harris, I thought, gosh, you know, the old Democrat Party would have said thanks but no thanks, because we're a party of peace, not anymore. Kamala Harris, without even pretending to care about peace, shamelessly embraced their endorsements. And the endorsements of those who care more about power and feeding the war machine than they do about taking care of our brothers and sisters in Western North Carolina right now. It's outrageous to me that here we are 12 days out from Election Day, and we have a presidential candidate who is celebrating sending hundreds of millions of our taxpayer dollars to help other people in other countries, supposedly help them, while turning her back on our fellow Americans who need help the most right now. We have friends who are veterans who are still out there in Western North Carolina, who are still getting out there to the small towns, who have not seen anyone from any government agency show up to help them. And their sole message to those who I met when I was out there and those who are coming and delivering whatever we possibly can to help them survive the cold at night, saying, please don't forget us. But that's what we have in the Kamala Harris presidency. If she were to be allowed to serve there as a person who doesn't care about us and who has forgotten the American people. Nothing short of freedom and our ability to live in a truly free and peaceful and prosperous country is on the line in this election. Never before have we seen a Republican pose a greater threat to the uniparty war machine in Washington than Donald J. Trump. And that's why they have been doing and are doing everything they possibly can to destroy him. First, to try to remove him from the ballot, then waging lawfare and weaponizing the Department of Justice and law enforcement at every level in a way that has never happened before in this country. Also that they could have this talking point to try to tell us, the American people, well, who are you going to vote for, a felon? Why are they doing this? They are doing this because he has the courage to take on and root out the deep corruption and rot that exists in the entrenched Washington establishment. And he's doing it for us. No matter what they throw at him, when you look at him, it seems like his resolve grows stronger and stronger. He is not backing down. So we face a pivotal time.
as Americans, regardless of anyone's political affiliation. The choice for us is very clear. We have a choice between a presidential candidate who has shown through her record that she would have a presidency of more war, and more war, and pushing us to the brink of nuclear war. She would have a presidency that is against free speech, not hesitating to use the levers of her power to retaliate against political opponents, as she has done with Donald Trump, as she has done with Bobby Kennedy, and she has done with me. They went so far as one day after, when Kamala Harris was announced that she would be the nominee going forward to replace Joe Biden, I spoke out on Fox News about how dangerous that would be for us as Americans if she were to be the person with the nuclear codes. The very next day, I was placed on a secret domestic terror watch list called Quiet Skies. No explanation, no due process. It was federal air marshal whistleblowers who were so disgusted by being used as pawns by this administration who doesn't hesitate to abuse their power that they came forward and told the truth. This is what we need more of in our country. Now, for those of you who may have friends or family or coworkers, or those who you know in your lives who haven't made up their minds yet in this election, I encourage you to have those conversations. Listen to their concerns. Turn down all of the noise and the propaganda that is flooding the airwaves and focus on what is most important to every one of us, and that is our God-given rights and freedoms enshrined in our Constitution and Bill of Rights. The vision that our founders had for us, that every one of us as Americans has the right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. It is up to us to save our country. Every one of us as Americans. Our founders put in our founding documents that our government will not exist without the consent of the governed. When they wrote those words, we the people, that is and was and always will be a direct call to action to every one of us to fulfill our responsibility as citizens in this country to defend our freedom. Because our freedom is on the line. So when we go to cast our votes, how many of you have already voted? So that means the work you've got to do over the next 12 days is to find at least 10 people in your lives who have not voted, convince them why it is important to stand together to defend our freedom and vote for Donald Trump, and don't stop calling them until they tell you that they've actually voted. Our ability to live in a truly free and peaceful and prosperous society is what is at stake in this election, and that affects all of us, no matter who we are or where we come from. There's no doubt in my mind that President Trump is our best and only hope in this election to lead our country, to save our country, and to save the world, bringing peace not only here at home, but abroad. A vote for Donald Trump is a vote for freedom. A vote for Donald Trump is a vote for secure borders and safe communities. A vote for Donald Trump is a vote for peace. A vote for Donald Trump is a vote for every one of us as Americans to be able to stand strong and proud and recognize that in this country we are once again that shining city on a hill that is committed to our Constitution and our way of life. we've got 12 days and a wake up. When we listen to the bugle call of reveille that sounds on every military base across the country, first thing in the morning, and then later at the end of the day, marking the raising of the flag and the lowering of the flag, those of you who have been on a military base understand that when that bugle sounds, everything stops. People walking down the street will stop. Cars driving down the street will stop. Everything stops for those moments because it's an opportunity for every one of us to reflect on what that flag means, to reflect on the lives that have been sacrificed, those who have paid the ultimate price to defend our freedom, and to never forget. So I encourage you, because it's easy to get caught up in the busyness of everyday life. It's easy to get caught up in the back and forth sniping that happens in our politics too much. It's easy to get caught up in the noise. It is critical for us to remain firmly rooted and grounded in our purpose and this no-fail mission that every one of us faces in this election, the most important election of our lives. That on those days when we may feel weary, on those days when your friends or your family may be spewing hate and criticism at you because of the position you have taken in supporting President Trump and defending our freedom, in those days when it feels like it's just too hard, think back to the sacrifices those before us have made so that we can gather here today in the greatest country in the world and work harder. We cannot rest until we do all we can to bring our country together around our shared ideals and principles. Vote for President Trump to send him back to the White House so that he can make America great again, and so that we can get to do the real work of making sure our government is once again of the people, by the people, and for the people. Thank you all so much for taking a stand for our country and for your support for President Donald J. Trump. I am proud to be with all of you. Thank you so much.
Give a big welcome to Robert Kennedy Jr.
I was driving down here today from Atlanta, and I read an article from the New York Times that Bill Gates had just donated $50 million to Kamala Harris's campaign. And the article said that it was the first donation that he's made in 20 years. He stayed out of politics, and he's been bipartisan. It was a dark money donation. He didn't intend for it to be public. He routed the donation to a 501c4, which was an organization that was set up to conceal large money donations to the Harris campaign. Now, he said, when the Times asked him, he said he had donated zero in the 2020 campaign when President Biden was running against President Trump. And he said this campaign is different than any other. And so he felt the need to do this now. Do you think Bill Gates made that donation out of a patriotic impulse? Do you think he made it out of a humanitarian impulse? Do you think he made it because he wants global health? Or because he wants to make America healthy again? Well, there was something else, another article about Bill Gates that came out today that said he had just been indicted. In the Netherlands for lying to the public about the COVID vaccine. And he's going to have to go to trial. You think that he wants to go to trial here in the United States of America? You think maybe that's one of the reasons he chose to give $50 million to Kamala Harris? Oh, I want to point out somebody who's in the audience tonight. She's a woman named Sherry Peebles. And Sherry, are you here? Will you stand up if I can point you out? Okay, so Sherry Peebles is an African-American woman who has a daughter, Shayna, a straight-A student. She missed 60 days of school because she was in a hospital because she had sickle cell anemia. And her mom, Sherry, filled out all the forms, the federal and the state forms, explaining why she was missing her school. She did her schoolwork every day. She got straight A's, as I said. Kamala Harris was the Attorney General of California. And Kamala Harris learned that the state was losing $1.3 billion a year because of truancy. And she said, I want that money. So I'm going to start putting parents in jail whose children skip too much school. Oh, she arrested Sherry Peebles in her home. The police came in and handcuffed her. And when she said, why am I being handcuffed? The police said to her, talk to Kamala Harris. They didn't want to be doing it either. She lost her job. She lost her home. And she still raised an extraordinary child. Don't you want a president of the United States who's going to end chronic disease rather than putting parents in jail? our country healthy again. I saw another posting while I was driving down here today that shocked me too, actually. One was of President Obama saying that he didn't understand. And he didn't understand where all the division was coming from and the polarization in this country. And then there was another posting by Kamala Harris standing outside the Naval Observatory, which is the official residence of the Vice President of the United States, standing behind the presidential seal for our country, and comparing Donald Trump to Hitler. And saying that he was a fascist. And she based this extraordinary, irresponsible accusation on a story by John F. King, who was the director of Department of Homeland Security under Donald Trump, and is a former Marine general, and is deep into the deep state and the intelligence apparatus of this country. Or John F. Kelly, I'm sorry. And Kelly told another story that Donald Trump had, during his presidency, Donald Trump learned that there was a Mexican-American soldier who had been murdered at Fort Hood, and that the Pentagon was refusing to pay her medical expenses, her funeral expenses. And Donald Trump said, if they won't do it, then I'm going to do it myself. And he paid her expenses out of his own pocket. And in order to discredit this extraordinary gesture of love and generosity by the American president, a soldier who he had never met before, Don Kelly invented a story that he had made an insensitive remark about Mexicans. Unfortunately for Kelly, there were 3 people in the room at that time who all said that Kelly was lying, and it was an outright fabrication. So, we need to wonder when Kelly invents this story that says that, where he said that President Trump wanted generals around him who were like Hitler's generals, which of course he didn't say. We already know that Kelly is a liar. And that Kelly invented other stories that were derogatory about the president. And these are the kind of stories you're seeing from all the generals and the intelligence agents who do not want to see Donald Trump in office again. And we have now somebody who's running for the presidency of the United States, a vice president, who is repeating these irresponsible stories. And to me, that alone disqualifies her for the presidency. You all know that most Americans, when we're growing up, of my age at least, we were asked about this moral quandary, about whether we would, if we could go back in time and kill a young Hitler, should we do that? And half the people say yeah, half maybe say no. But it's something that we all think about. And you think about how many unstable people there are in this country. And when you compare an American president to Hitler, you're pressing a button in those people and make them act on those violent aspirations and impulses. And it's at worst, don't you want a president who's going to bring America together again? end the polarization and the division in our country. So I left the Democratic Party because the Democratic Party left me. The Democratic Party that I grew up with was a party of peace. It was a party of constitutional rights, including free speech. It was a party of women's rights and women's sports. My uncle, Ted Kennedy, wrote Title IX to make sure that women could play sports with other women. It was the party of cops and firefighters and working people. And it was the party that stood up to Wall Street, the big banks, big ag, big pharma, big food, and all of the other vested interests that have gained ownership of our government and have captured our agencies and made them predatory against the American public. And the Democratic Party today is the party of war. It is the party of surveillance, of censorship. You listen to President Harris boast about the people who are supporting her, will flock out the Democratic Party. People like John Kelly, people like Dick Cheney. Do you want Dick Cheney back in the White House? And people like John Bolton. These are the people who wrote the Patriot Act. The act that launched the surveillance state, that launched the national security state, that introduced torture, and introduced surveillance, and allowed the CIA to spy on the American public for the first time in our history. They're the people who gave us the Iraq War, who lied to us in order to get us into the Iraq War. That war was the worst foreign policy blunder in American history. That war cost $4.3 trillion. And we killed more Iraqis than Saddam Hussein. We created ISIS. We drove 4 million refugees into Europe and destabilized every democracy in Europe for generations. Brexit is a direct result of that war. All the riots we're seeing now in European cities are a result of that war. The rise of totalitarianism across Europe, the end of free speech across Europe, is a result of that war. And don't you think we should have learned a lesson from that war? You think the Democratic Party learned that lesson? You think Dick Cheney has changed his opinion about the Patriot Act? No. He's changed parties because he thinks the Democratic Party is now the party of the neocons. It is the party of surveillance, of censorship, of war. And it's the party that is a cheerleader for big ag, for big pharma, for the people who are poisoning our children. The most existential threat that our country faces today is this chronic disease epidemic. When my uncle was president, I was a 10-year-old boy. 6% of Americans had chronic disease. 3% were obese. We spent $0 every year treating chronic disease. 0. Today, 60% of Americans have chronic disease. About 70% are obese or overweight. Do you know how many people are obese and overweight in Japan? 3%. Same as here in 1963. We have 70%. 77% of American kids cannot qualify for military service. The diabetes rates in our country have gone from virtually 0 when I was a kid The average pediatrician saw one case of diabetes in his entire 50-year career. Today, 1 out of every 3 children who walk through his office door is diabetic or pre-diabetic. When I was a kid, and today, in 70-year-old men, 1 in 10,000 people have autism. Today, 1 in every 34 of our children have autism. 1 in every 22 boys. This is existential for our country. We're spending $4.3 trillion on chronic disease. That's 5 times our military budget. This is going to destroy our country unless we have a president who's going to end it forever. And that's why I am fighting every waking moment for the next 15 days to make sure that Donald Trump is elected President of the United States. Now, when I was a kid, the Republicans controlled all the money in this country. 70% of the wealth in our country was owned by Republicans, about 30% by Democrats. Today, 70% of the wealth is owned by Democrats and 30% by Republicans. There's been a total inversion of policy and of the constituencies of both these parties. The Republican Party has become the party of working people in this country. About a month ago, I was with Charlie Kirk. Let's give a big hand for Charlie Kirk. He said Donald Trump ran all the billionaires out of the Republican Party, like Bill Gates. And yesterday it was announced that Kamala Harris has raised $2 for every $1 that has been raised by Donald Trump. That's because it's all coming from people like Bill Gates. And they have all the money now. But we have all the people. Do you think that Kamala Harris could put together a crowd like this? No way. We are going to win this by a landslide. Don't you want a president of the United States that is going to defend our Constitution? I say one other thing. President Harris said today in her post, in her speech, she said that President Trump was going to turn the U.S. military against the American public and use the public to promote his agenda. How many of you think that is true? Well, what's interesting to me is that Biden-Harris administration has done something 2 weeks ago that has never been done in American history, which is to send legal force, to send a directive to the Pentagon, changing the law to make it legal for the U.S. military to use legal force against American citizens on American soil. Technically, now it's legal for the U.S. military under this directive. It will become illegal for the U.S. military to shoot and kill Americans who engage in political protest because they disagree with policies of the White House. I'm not making this up. Any of you can look it up. This is a Democratic initiative. This did not come during the Trump administration. This did not come from Donald Trump. It came from the Democratic Party. And that's why I left the Democratic Party. Don't you want a president of the United States who's going to protect our Constitution? Don't you want a president who's going to end all the foreign forever wars? Don't you want a president who's going to stand up for free speech? Don't you want a president who's going to stand up for the Bill of Rights? And don't you want a president who is going to stand up for the Constitution of the United States in every way? And don't you want a president who has the guts to stand up to the CIA? And don't you want a president who is able to stand up to the military-industrial complex and to BlackRock and to Bill Gates and to State Street and Vanguard and Wall Street and Big Ag and Big Pharma and Big Food? And don't you want a president who's going to make America healthy again? And vote for Donald Trump. God bless you all. God bless you all.
Welcome, Tucker Carlson.
Spoken at a political rally. I've covered a million of them for over 30 years, and I've never spoken at one, never thought I would, and I'm so thrilled. I'm honored to be here. It's totally without shame and entirely with gratitude I'm standing here. And I can't believe I just spoke after Bobby Kennedy. So here we are at an enormous Donald Trump rally less than 2 weeks before the presidential election. I'm following Bobby Kennedy Jr. and somewhere in a half-empty Union Hall in a cold state is Dick Cheney's creepy little daughter campaigning with Kamala Harris. And I have to say, that is a thrilling trade as far as I'm concerned. I never thought I would live to see the day when Bobby Kennedy would be one of the most beloved figures in a room full of Republicans, and Mr. Burns from The Simpsons and his criminal daughter would be Democrats. It's just absolutely wonderful. So here's my perspective. I think Donald Trump's going to win. That's why I'm here. I'm not here because he's going to win. I'm here because I'm so thrilled by what I've watched over the past 9 years. This is the end of a redemption arc. I've really never seen anybody treated like Donald Trump was treated, ever.
anybody, ever. Attack him. I watched this all up close. Defame him. Indict him. Arrest him. Let him get shot in the face. And he's gonna win anyway. It's a triumph. The phrase triumph of the human spirit has been turned into a cliche by the people who write movie posters, but it doesn't make it any less real. Donald Trump's victory will be a triumph of the human spirit. It will be a triumph of Americans over the machine that seeks to oppress them. It'll be a middle finger wagging in the face of the worst people in the English-speaking world, who are leaders. It will be a moral victory the size of which I never thought I would live to see. And it's essential. It is so important that that happens for a couple of reasons, and here's what they are. The first is to dissolve for all time, for the world to see, the primary lie about Donald Trump, which is that only freaks and misfits like him. That's a lie. And they've been telling that lie since the second he came down that escalator 9 years ago. If you like that, there's something wrong with you. You're the only person you know who likes that. You're a freak. Be ashamed. Do not talk about Donald Trump in public. Don't wear his dangerous little red hat. And if you're in the media, how dare you speak to him? And that was a lie from day one. It was a big lie. It was January 6th is an insurrection. What? It's the kind of lie that they tell relentlessly. They punish anyone who contradicts the lie because it is so preposterous it can only be upheld through force. And in the last 3 months, we have seen that lie dissolve like the Wicked Witch of the West under a bucket of water. Look around. Is this a room full of freaks and misfits? No, it's not. This is a room full of people who love their country enough to obey its laws, who sincerely believe in its founding precepts, who pay their taxes, who go to work. The ever-shrinking percentage of Americans who work a 40-hour week, who expect nothing from the system, and who have given their lives for the system, who are born in this country and plan to die here. And they're the most mistreated group in this nation, and they're also the biggest group in this nation. They're not some weird subculture of MAGA. They're America itself. And the only people who are denying that are the freaks and the misfits, who it turns out are themselves a tiny, bizarre minority, a cult, who have controlled the rest of us through fear and aggression. And that has ended. And it has ended thanks to the heroic stand that a couple of individuals have taken, first among them Elon Musk. Elon Musk, who single-handedly saved the First Amendment to the Constitution, which, let me remind you, is not just a feature of America, it's the basis of America. It's the First Amendment for a reason. It's what separates the free from the enslaved. Slaves are not allowed to say what they think. Free men have God-given right to do so and will. And this is the only country on earth in which that is guaranteed. And without Elon Musk, it wouldn't be, because he stands alone as the owner of a media platform that is still open. There's only one, and it's X. It's foreign-born Elon Musk. And then for him to come out, and by the way, just for the record, I've taken not $1 from Elon Musk, okay? It's not a paid advertisement, it's just an observation. And this is heartfelt gratitude. And when you see the richest man on planet Earth stand up there in a t-shirt, start jumping around on stage, he's also one of the biggest federal contractors. People say, oh, he's got FU money. No, it's just the opposite. There is no such thing as FU money. The more money you have, the more vested you are. There's only FU poverty, actually, is the truth. And Elon Musk has more to lose than any living American by taking the position that he did, and he did it anyway. And so what's the message? If the person who's created the most, not just piles of cash, he's not Larry Fink, he's not worshiping money like our finance class, he's building things. And if that guy is for Donald Trump, and not only not ashamed of it, he's jumped around in a t-shirt, I can see his belly button, he's so excited. Then maybe I'm not alone. Maybe I'm not the freak. Maybe what you're really watching is the tyranny of MSNBC. A channel with virtually no viewers. A channel on which almost every single person has a personal life so grotesquely weird, if you knew the details, you'd call for their arrest. That's just true. And those people, the unhappiest people in this nation, are defining the terms of the conversation? I don't think so. How'd they get away with that? The same way they got away with calling January 6th an insurrection for 3 years, by repeating it and by attacking anyone who disagreed. But it's an illusion. It's the Wizard of Oz. And once you pull back the curtain, the only thing back there is Joe Scarborough, and you're like, wait a second. Why am I taking orders from this guy? He's a freak. I'm a normal person. And that realization has settled on this country. On the whole country. And you feel it. People are not afraid anymore. At all. I've got a bunch of kids. I texted them, I'm going to go speak at a Trump rally. My kids, you go. I said, do you have a lot of friends who are voting for Carmella or whatever her name is? No. Of course not. That's embarrassing. It has flipped. The story the country tells itself about reality has flipped. None of the normal people are supporting the Democratic machine. Tim Walz is supporting the Democratic machine. A man you would never allow to babysit your own children. That's the archetype. It's the party of weirdos, of envy, of hate, of resentment, of bitterness, of weakness, of a total lack of creativity. It's a party of conformity. It's a party of the machine, where it doesn't matter who the candidate is because individuals are immaterial. All that matters is the collective. That's the Soviet model. And opposing them is the rest of the country. Slowly waking up to the fact that these people have no moral authority whatsoever, they have no legitimacy in a democracy, where the government must rule by the consent of the governed. They have no consent. And the way that they've treated this country over the past 4 years is the most shocking thing I've ever seen in 55 years. To allow millions of people, mostly young men with no skills and no English, into our country illegally, and then fly them around at our expense and give them phones and put them on welfare programs that no American citizen can get. It is the most insulting, yeah, boo, but it's worse than boo. That's the biggest crime in the history of the United States of America. And it takes incredible gall for the people who did that to stand up there on a stage and give you a lecture about how you're immoral. It's too much. And so that's the second important thing about this election, okay? The first is every person in this room needs to understand you are not in a despised minority. You are in an incredibly gentle and tolerant majority who put up with this crap for way too long. And they insulted not only you, but the memory of your ancestors who died for this country. They tore down statues to their memory. People have never built anything in their lives. They went out of their way to humiliate you and spit on you and the graves of your ancestors. And that's not an exaggeration, they did that. And this country is so nice, it's so polite, it's so thoughtful and empathetic and sweet. It's the kind of country that loves dogs and gives directions to strangers, that we put up with it for 4 years. But we can't anymore. We just can't. And we can't for two reasons. The first reason that we can't put up with it for one more minute is because it's just not justice. It's not. It's not justice. It's unfair. You cannot reward the most parasitic, useless, violent, nasty, aggressive people in your country. You can't make them the richest. You just can't. It's just wrong. In a fair, decent country, the people who work the hardest, who have the highest level of talent, who are the most creative, and the most decent to their neighbors, who give the biggest tips to waitresses, those people should be successful. Those people should be revered. It shouldn't be Mary Fink. Are you joking? Kamala Harris shouldn't have a job. She has no skills. How did we wind up with a system where Kamala Harris, you couldn't change the tire on your truck, much less drive it? How did she wind up at the top of the pyramid? And then once she's there, she lectures you like you did something. It's too much. You can't allow that. It's an offense against the truth, against reality, and against justice itself. And the second reason you can't allow it is very familiar to anyone who has children, which is if you allow it, you will encourage more of it. If you allow people to get away with things that are completely over the top and outrageous, if you allow your 2-year-old to smear the contents of his diapers on the wall of your living room, and you do nothing about it, if you allow your 14-year-old to light a joint at the breakfast table, if you allow your hormone-addled 15-year-old daughter to slam the door of her bedroom and give you the finger, you're going to get more of it. And those kids are going to wind up in rehab. It's not good for you, and it's not good for them. No. There has to be a point at which Dad comes home. He's not vengeful. He loves his children. Disobedient as they may be, he loves them. Because they're his children, they live in his house. But he's very disappointed in their behavior. And he's going to have to let them know. He's going to have to get to your room right now and think about what you did. And when Dad gets home, you know what he says? You've been a bad girl. You've been a bad little girl and you're getting a vigorous spanking right now. And no, it's not going to hurt me more than it hurts you. No, it's not. I'm not going to lie. This is going to hurt you a lot more than it hurts me. And you earned this. You're getting a vigorous spanking because you've been a bad girl. And it has to be this way. It has to be this way because it's true. And you're only going to get better when you take responsibility for what you did. That's not said in the spirit of hate. It's not said in the spirit of vengeance or bigotry. Far from it. It's said in the spirit of justice, which is the purest and best thing there is. And without it, things fall apart. The Democratic Party machine, and notice I'm not beating up on Kamala Harris, who's just a hapless victim who happened to be there in the right color, so they grabbed her. Tim Walz, they needed some, whatever Tim Walz is. They needed a weak man, because it is the party of weak men and unhappy women. One of which leads to the other, by the way. Where you find weak men, you will inevitably find unhappy women. Sorry. And they make them on purpose. They weaken the men to drive the women insane, to have the most consistent voting bloc ever in the history of politics. Unhappy women, made unhappy by weak men. But it could be anybody. It could be anybody. Kamala Harris is just a stand-in. She's a cardboard cutout. She has a soul, God created her. I'm not attacking her for humanity. But there's nothing there. It doesn't matter. If it wasn't Kamala Harris, it would be, I don't know, Pete Buttigieg or whatever. Who are these people? It doesn't matter. They're the cutouts. They work for the machine. They're totally dispensable. They're replaceable. And they need to have limits set for them. And so on election day, and I sincerely believe Donald Trump's going to win. And if I thought he was going to lose, I'd be here anyway, by the way. I would. In fact, I would have been here earlier if I thought he was going to lose, just to make the point. I mean it. I don't like people who jump on the winning train, okay? I think Donald Trump's gonna win. And not only do I think Donald Trump's gonna win, I think that the vibe shift has been so profound. I mean, the numbers suggest he's gonna win. He's ahead in all 7 battleground states. But much more important, and the early voting seems to be favoring him. But more important even than the conventional political markers is what you smell around you. And it's the return of freedom. It's the return of the country you grew up in. Where you could say things like, I like that guy, and maybe you like the other person, that's fine. That was not allowed for 9 years. And it's allowed now. And I think, and it's because of what they did, by the way, they deserve this. But I think the vibe is so strong right now, I don't think we can get away with pretending something else happened. I don't think we can have another 2020 at this point. I just don't. I don't. Where they hid relevant facts from you, they prevented you from knowing about their candidate, and then claimed victory. Or 37 billion votes or whatever they claim he got. That's rigging the election. Period. If the government prevents people from knowing critical information about a candidate, they have rigged the election. And they did that. Period. Oh, you're not allowed to say that. You're not allowed to say it because it's 100% true. And every person who hears it knows it's true, including the people who did it. I don't think they can do that again. I don't. And I don't think, no matter what they pull, 2 weeks from now, 13 days from now, I don't think they can get away with standing up and being like, on MSNBC, no, actually, Kamala Harris is historically popular, it turns out. A woman who's never had a job who can't even pronounce her own first name consistently. That's how false she is. Some woman who grew up in Montreal, Canada is lecturing me about America. Okay. I don't think they can do that. Because I don't think people are going to sit back and take it. I don't. It's enough. It's enough. That's the point at which you say no. I'm sorry. I put up with this crap for a long time. I indulge your little fantasy. It's like when your teenage girl becomes a vegetarian, you're like, okay, okay, it's fine. No, I totally understand. You're like, it's a phase. But if that phase goes on for 9 years and includes destroying your major cities and allowing your country to be invaded by millions of foreigners with identities you don't know, and whose purpose in this country is unclear, by the way, why shouldn't we feel threatened by that? If they go out of their way to crush families, to make it impossible for your kids to buy a house, and getting involved in the sex lives of your children, which they are, if they do all of that, they need to lose. And at the end of all of it, when they tell you they've won, no. You can look them straight in the face and say, I'm sorry, Dad's home, and he's pissed. Thank you.
Let's hear it for Charlie Kerr, founder and president of Turning Point Action.
How we doing, Georgia?
Okay, this is a historic moment, everybody. By the way, have you been seeing the early voting numbers out of this state? Who here has voted already? Raise your hand if you voted already. Look at that. You are living through a once-in-a-generation realignment, everybody, where it is no longer Republican versus Democrat. It's no longer the traditional dividing lines of a generation prior. You've seen tonight something remarkable. You saw two people who ran for President of the United States as a Democrat, endorse Donald Trump, and be here as our movement accepts them warmly. You see, they say Donald Trump is the best at deals the world has ever seen. And just look at this deal. We get Tulsi Gabbard and Bobby Kennedy, they get Liz Cheney. Get that. We get Elon Musk, they get Adam Kinzinger. You can have it. You can have the warmongers of a generation prior while we diversify, deepen, and strengthen our movement to include people that otherwise would never have been part of the Republican Party. Who here is a former Democrat? Raise your hand. Look at that. And by the way, you are all welcome in our movement because the Democrat Party left you a long time ago. As many of you know, I visit college campuses, so you don't have to. Just yesterday, we were on the campus of University of Georgia. Some Vol fans here? Now, I'm going to get a text message from Ted Cruz, but good job, guys, last weekend. That's all I'm going to say. It was so amazing. Off to the side, there was this sad, pathetic display of misfits of 5 people at the Harris Walls table. And just feet away, we had 5,000 students attend our event at the University of Georgia. 5,000 students. In fact, the Democrats are so confused at what is going on. Never before has conservatism, the ideas of freedom, liberty, American exceptionalism have been so popular on these college campuses. You see, they're feeling what you're feeling, but even more so. This is the most depressed, sick, medicated, anxious generation in history. They're the first generation since George Washington to have their life and their standard of living worse off than their parents. This is a broken social contract, and how many of you feel as if the DC political class has forgotten you? The college students that I'm talking to, when they hear Kamala Harris continue on her diatribe of nothing, they recognize and realize that the DC political elite has failed them for one exception. That there were new wars under Bush and new wars under Obama and new wars under Biden, but for 4 years there were no new wars. And that the last 4 years people have been getting poor. In Atlanta, in order to buy a home when Donald Trump was president, you needed to make $75,000 a year. Now it requires $135,000 a year, and interest rates are near 10%. And understand, this is intentional. They're trying to create a nation of renters because when you rent, they can control you. When you own property, you're a free citizen and they can't tell you what to do. In order to create more conservatives and more people who love the country, you need to have the 3 M's. Young people need to get married, they need to mate, and get a mortgage. The 3 M's are 3 things the Democrat Party is against. They do not celebrate marriage. They certainly do not celebrate having children. They had an abortion truck at their national convention, and they're making it harder than ever to buy a home. Donald Trump is running on a once-in-a-generation campaign to revitalize the American dream for a generation that has been mortgaged by the DC political class over the last 50 years. And where we are right now in Georgia will determine the future of America. You see, we are doing exceedingly well with early voting right now. And this is a very important distinction. Election day is the last day of voting. We have 12 days of voting left in this state. We have days of voting still to remain. So those of you that have already voted, you need to go find a low propensity voter, someone that is a little shaky about voting, and get them out to the polls. You have 12 days to outwork the Democrats, and that is my main message to you here. Do you really think, after they tried to put Donald Trump in prison for 700 years, they tried to assassinate him a couple times, impeach him a couple times, that they're going to roll over in the next 12 days? You think they're going to hand us the keys to the White House? What Tucker said is correct. The early voting numbers are good. The voter registration numbers are good. We draw crowds 10 times, 100 times bigger than them. But you're trying to tell me that John Brennan and James Comey and Clapper and Susan Rice and Barack Obama are just going to say, you know what? We're 12 days out. Go have the White House, MAGA. No. Instead, you must be on guard. In fact, you must be vigilant that these people are going to try something in a panic of despair, the likes of which we've never seen, because they know that their time is running out. They know the American people are ascendant and that their time will soon come on November 5th. So what does that mean? And you can smell it in the air. You can smell the panic. You can smell the desperation. You can smell the disgust of what they see coming forward. And the thing that scares them and terrifies them more than anything else, is that we not just vote, but we get new people to go vote, and we chase every single voter in this state, and in Arizona, and in Nevada, and Pennsylvania, and North Carolina, and Wisconsin, and Michigan. You see, you're going to be able to tell your kids and your grandkids about this moment. You're going to be able to tell them about the moment that you were in Georgia, and the entire country was put in jeopardy. You are going to be able to tell them about when the Constitution was put in suspense. And that is why this election feels bigger than any other election that we've lived through. Because it's not just the typical corporate tax rate debate that we have enjoyed. Instead, it is so much bigger. It is civilizational defining. And you need to go to every single person you know and say, are you voting for Trump? Oh, you know, I don't know if I'm going to vote. And you have to repeat this. You say, no new wars, no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, no tax on Social Security, largest deportation effort ever, drill baby drill, gas prices low, restoration of the Constitution, Supreme Court justices we can trust, and end the lawfare. Those 10 things you tell every swing voter you know in this state, and you commit it to memory. And it's going to require a citizen force, because these next 12 days will define the future of our republic. And that is why you are here. That is why you waited hours and hours and hours to get into here. And that is exactly what we're doing at Turning Point Action. To register new voters in states that are still registering voters, like Michigan, and same-day registration. And as I travel the country, and I'm doing this on college campuses, I can feel a surge, the likes of which was even greater than 2020, the likes of which that was even greater than 2016. It is a citizen-led movement, and let's just remember what we have been through, everybody. The forces of darkness have tried everything they possibly can. And what does success look like? It looks like no matter what you throw at this movement, no matter how much you tar and feather us, smear, slander, call us names, cancel us, you call us a racist, or you try to put our candidate in jail, that we understand that this is a different type of divide. This is the citizens of a country, who we own the country, not them. We own the country, not them. We're in charge, not you. You are crushed. And we are going to send a message. And Donald Trump is a metaphorical, you hear that, media? A metaphorical Tomahawk missile against the DC ruling regime to send them a reminder, we're in charge, you're not, we're the boss, you're not. You see, the media, they're starting to really get upset. See, why is it that people are still voting Trump after all these things? It's because of all of these things that we're still voting for Trump. Because I look at a man who refuses to give up. They say, well, is this someone that you want your kids to grow up and to look up to? I say, yes, I'm going to tell my son that in the line of fire, that if you ever think as if things could ever get dark and you rise and you say, fight, 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 I want my son to be like that one day. Kids to look up to a president that even though they take his business empire away and he's facing 7 lifetimes in prison, he keeps on fighting for you, where he has nothing to gain and everything to lose to get into the arena. There has never been a candidate in modern American history that has lost so much for something that did not benefit him, but instead put you in the room. And that is why they are so anxious and nervous. I want you to understand what's going on here. Right now, they are popping pills at Pfizer that Bobby Kennedy might run the FDA and the CDC, everybody. Right now, the warmongers in D.C. are shaking, they're trembling like a leaf, that Tulsi Gabbard might go in and expose the fraud of sending $200 billion to Ukraine while our border remains wide open. The government gangsters, as Kash Patel would put it, that have robbed us blind, they're starting to get really nervous saying, is Elon Musk really going to come in and look at our budgets? Oh, you better believe Elon Musk is going to come in and look at your budgets. The Department of Government Efficiency czar. And what a combo team, everybody. It is from people that have gained so much in the system and a bottom up, and the only people supporting Kamala Harris are the ones that are happy robbing more from you and covering up for their crimes. Let me say that again. The only people supporting Kamala Harris are comfortable robbing more from you and covering up for your crimes. For 50 years, this part of America has grown poorer, while the Kingdom of Washington, D.C. has grown infinitely richer. The wealthiest counties in America are all centered around Washington, D.C. And the heartland of this country and the industrial base of this country, where the muscular class built this country, have seen their jobs shipped over to China, and we got a bunch of opioids in return, and piles of plastic, and deteriorated neighborhoods that we no longer recognize. And in a series of events that only God could orchestrate, in a series of events that only our divine Father could put together, the most unusual set of circumstances is that a billionaire from New York had to get in the arena to tell the other billionaires that have been robbing you, the game is over, you're fired, and the American people are back in charge again. I will close with this. We are here in a state that is a very Christian state, a state that loves God and loves Jesus. If there is my biggest concern of this election, it is the faithful, it is the pastors that are not engaging right now in this election. We have 12 days left, and you need to lovingly challenge pastors that are silent that you have a biblical obligation to engage in this election, that you have a biblical obligation to fight evil and to exalt righteousness. For no other reason than 320,000 missing kids on our southern border right now, which is modern-day slavery, and Donald Trump will put an end to it. Donald Trump is the most pro-life president in American history, as he was responsible for the reversal of Roe versus Wade, moved the embassy to Jerusalem, and more than anything else, everybody, is on the other side. The Democrat Party supports everything that God hates. The Democrat Party is espousing the death of the unborn, the mutilation of our teenage kids, open borders, the destruction of our sovereignty, the elimination of our currency status. I believe there is a spiritual battle happening around all of us, but don't expect a spiritual victory if our own pastors do not engage. Right now, this state is a Christian state. I want to see that to continue. But we need the faithful. We need those of you that have influence over your congregation to put pressure on your pastors. And those, if you're a pastor watching this right now, I hope this touches you. I hope you, and I'm looking right at the camera right now, I hope you give a Sunday sermon and you talk about how the Democrat Party believes everything that God hates. I hope you tell your congregation how to biblically vote. I hope you challenge them and tell them to get in the arena. Because everybody, we have 12 days of voting left. This state will determine the future of America. Go vote now. Fight evil. Get in the arena. And if we do that, on November 5th, we'll be looking at that beautiful CNN clip. Donald Trump elected the 47th president of the United States.
Hey!
And now, give it up for Jason Aldean.
Thank you so much. Thank you. What's up, Georgia? Man, it's great to be back home. I gotta tell you guys, when I was asked to be here, it was really a no-brainer for me. Not only is Trump an amazing leader, but I've had the pleasure of becoming friends with him over the past few years. And I wanted to share a couple personal stories with you guys about the man he is when the cameras are not rolling. One is, I was down in Florida, we live in Florida part-time, so I was down there, I got a chance to play golf with President Trump. And so we're coming up to a green one day, and his grounds crew was working, they kind of got out of the way so we could finish the hole. And after we're done, he walks up, There's like 4 of these guys. He walks up and says, "Hey man, nice to meet you. How long have you been here? How long have you worked here?" I think the guy told him 5 or 6 years. He just shoved him off about $500, thanked him for his loyalty to him. And next guy, "How long have you worked here?" 6 years. Gave the guy some cash. Never turned around, no cameras rolling, no anything. And it told me a lot about the guy the very first time I ever met him. That even when the cameras aren't rolling, he's just an amazing person. Number 2, the second story, and this was just a few weeks ago. After Hurricane Helene came through and devastated part of our state of Georgia here, in 5 days, President Trump raised over $6.5 million for Georgians to help rebuild our state. When nobody else was doing anything, President Trump stepped up, even when he wasn't in office, stepped up to help our state, the state of Georgia. And to me, once again, it showed me what kind of person President Trump was at the heart of it all. So, that is my friend. That's why I'm friends with President Trump. That's why I'm going to already cast my vote Monday for President Trump, as a matter of fact. Now, that being said, I've seen firsthand how the media can twist the truth. They've done it to me, simply for putting out a song called Try That in a Small Town, if you guys remember that. Yeah, the song simply called out people for trashing our cities, harming people, disrespecting law enforcement, and costing our taxpayers millions of dollars for their unruly behavior. But no one is on the receiving end of lies and fake news more than President Trump. That's a fact. He endures more than the average person can fathom, and the fact that he doesn't need to be here, but chooses to be here, says everything I need to know. He's a president who, when knocked down, gets back up, raises his fist in the air, and says, "Fight." And to me, that's a warrior. And that's who we need running this country right now. Georgia is so important to this election. It is a swing state, and every vote is necessary. So do not sit this one out. Get out and vote. Vote early if you can. We need a future where our freedoms are protected, our economy is strong, our children are safe, our borders are secure. And to me, that leader is none other than the 45th President of the United States, Mr. Donald J. Trump. So ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming, after this video is played for you guys. Everybody calm down. We're all ready, trust me. We're gonna play a little video for you guys, and we're gonna welcome the boss, who we hope is the 47th President of the United States, Mr. Donald J. Trump. Thank you guys so much. We love you.
So I'd like to begin by asking a very simple question. Are you better off than you were 4 years ago?
Is it easier for you to go and buy things in the stores than it was 4 years ago?
9% of Americans say the economy is getting worse.
This has been the 4-year agenda. It's really crushed middle-class families. Is there more or less unemployment in the country?
70% of people tell the country is on the wrong track. That track follows 3.5 years of you being vice president.
America has respected throughout the world.
Biden and Kamala Harris have projected weakness on the world stage. Unmanned, Kamala Harris was the commander-in-chief. We're on the verge of World War III.
We feel that our security is as safe, that we're as strong as we were
Under
4 years
President
ago.
Biden, nearly 7.3 million illegal immigrants crossed the southwest
The Biden-Harris administration and open border policies are responsible for the benefit of our
When you
daughter.
answer all those questions, yes, well, I think your choice is very obvious. So we will vote for it.
You know, they want hope. The people need hope. They want to have a future. Listen to them.
If you don't think that this course that we've been on for the last 4 years is what you would like to see us follow for the next 4, then I could suggest another choice that you make.
I'm walking by and just absolute savage.
From securing the border to foreign policy progress and boosting the economy.
Trump being fired in a landslide.
Many are supporting because their lives were simply better under his administration.
People are hungry to be proud of this country again, and that energy is under the Trump administration.
November 5th is the most important day in the history of our country.
Sorry to keep you waiting, complicated business.
As I was saying, 2024 is our final battle.
Everything is on the line in this election. No one can sit home in
This
November.
election is going to decide the fate of Western civilization.
With you at my side, we will demolish the deep state and glorious White House. And we will liberate America from these guns once and for all. Today you shall be president.
Polling shows now are expanding its lead. We see Trump leading in those swing states to retake the White House.
We gotta get out there and vote. We can end this insanity once and for all. America, great again. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the 45th President of the United States of America,
Duluth, hello, Duluth. And a special hello to Georgia. And I'm hearing our numbers are very, very good. Is there we're doing well, thank you very much.
and I'm thrilled to be back to this incredible state with thousands of proud, hardworking American patriots, which is what you are. And I'd like to begin by asking a very simple question. Are you better off now than you were 4 years ago? That was very unanimous, wasn't it? The answer is no. I understand that the answer is no, and I'm here today with a message of hope for all Americans. With your vote in this election, I will end inflation, I will stop the invasion of criminals into our country, and I will bring back the American dream. I'll bring it back very quickly. Our country is being destroyed and crippled by Kamala Harris. A person that got no votes. Therefore, she's a threat to democracy. But together we're going to fix our nation, and we're going to fix our nation fast. With your support on November 5th, America will be bigger, better, bolder, richer, safer, and stronger than ever before. This election is a choice between whether we will have 4 more years of incompetence, failure, and disaster, or whether we will begin the 4 greatest years in the history of our country. After all the catastrophes she has caused, Kamala Harris can't say one thing that you do differently. You saw that? What would you do differently? I can't think of anything. This is the worst president in the history of our country and the worst vice president in the history of our country. And Wrong Track just came out. 89% wrong track. I want to know who are the 11%? Who are they? Where are they? I'm asking you to be excited about the future of our country again. This will be America's new golden age. And remember, every problem facing us can be solved, but now the fate of our nation is in your hands. In Georgia, you have to stand up and you have to tell Kamala Harris that Kamala, you done a horrible job. You're the worst ever. There's never been anybody like you. You can't put 2 sentences together. The world is laughing at us because of you and Crooked Joe. Kamala, you're fired. Get out. Get out. Two days ago, I was in western North Carolina where I witnessed the terrible devastation of Hurricane Helene. And I was here in Georgia with your governor a few weeks ago. He's doing a good job, by the way. Very good job. Thank you. To every family who has lost a loved one or home in that terrible storm, our hearts are with you and we are praying for you. The polls, despite everything, the polls, do you see what's happening here? Here, Alabama, Florida, South Carolina, Tennessee, and Georgia. The polls are through the roof, but what's better than that, the early voting is people have never seen anything like that. They've never seen anything like it. Because the American people are fed up with the people that are leading us down a road to disaster. So the polls are open for early voting in Georgia every day from now till November 1st. You got to get out there and vote, but most importantly, just vote. Whichever way you want to do it. I've been one that says, whichever way, just get out and vote. Be a little careful, make sure your vote gets counted. There are ways of doing that too. With your help, 13 days from now, we're going to win Georgia. We're going to defeat Kamala Harris, and we are going to make America great again. Thank you. What a nice crowd this is. What a nice crowd. If Kamala gets 4 more years, she will obliterate our economy, kill millions of jobs, and destroy your family finances forever. They're destroying our country. They're destroying our country. It's not even possible that they can be doing what they're doing to our country. They're either really bad people, they don't have a clue, maybe they're stupid people. But you know what, I'll tell you, or maybe they just want to get extra voters. Nobody really knows the answer, but just from a common sense, you know, we are the party of common sense, and from a common sense standpoint, how can they be doing what they're doing? Kamala's inflation nightmare has already cost the typical family over $30,000 in higher prices, and now she wants to raise typical family taxes by nearly $3,000 a year. She has no idea. Did you see her today? She was asked kindergarten-type questions by MSDNC. She was unable to answer them. But the best is 60 Minutes. They changed her answer. Should I sue them? Should I sue? Should we sue 60 Minutes and CB? Well, think of it. They asked her a question on 60 Minutes, which is news. You know, these companies have to get licensed. And in the licensing, it says they have licensing, says they have to be honest. They gave her a question. She gave an answer that was from a loony bin. They said, we can't have that. They took the answer out in its entirety, threw it away, and they put another answer in. And I think it's the biggest scandal in broadcasting history. That's what I think. It's election interference fraud. The tax queen, because that's what she was called. She loved taxes. This is the only person I've ever seen. She campaigns on, we will raise your taxes. All my life I've watched politics and everybody said, we will cut your taxes, cut your... She says she's going to raise your taxes. The tax queen is also demanding a shocking 33% tax hike on all domestic production, along with the largest capital gains tax on unrealized gains. In the history of our country, it's really a confiscation of your property. It will crash the stock market and decimate your 401ks, but we'll have a 1929 type depression. This woman is crazy. Take a look at this.
Joe Biden and I are about to get rid of that tax bill, calling for a bold repeal of President Trump's tax cuts. If Kamala Harris was elected president, there are many different tax policies which could cripple the economy, but the first thing she wants to do is allow these Trump tax cuts to expire. Even the New York Times admits that 85% of the middle class got a tax cut.
Americans will face a hike. The Tax Foundation finding that a couple with 2 kids making $165,000 a year would have to pay over $2,400 more in tax.
And on day one, I will repeal that tax bill. Joe Biden and I are about to work to get rid of that tax cut. Joe and I are about to get rid of that tax bill. Joe Biden and I are about to get rid of that tax cut.
Everything from a 70 to 80% tax rate.
I think that's fantastic. We've got to increase the corporate tax rate. Part of that is going to be about repealing that tax bill that they just passed. And also looking at state taxes are going to have to go up. We will tax capital gains, but we're going to have to raise corporate taxes.
Taxing unrealized gains just doesn't seem fair in any sense of the word.
So the value of your home goes up, you pay higher taxes, even if you don't sell your home.
Your value of your home never moves the way the stock moves to say, we're going to tax what you don't have. That's a sore point, and it's a big deal. Is that something you think she firmly believes in?
I think it's part of the proposals of the campaign.
Under my plan, there will also be a carbon fee. There has to be some connection between
the fee and bad behaviors, and there has to be, and that we have to monitor whether it's going to be passed on to consumers. But I'm going to tell you that should never be the reason not to actually put a fee, and in particular, a carbon fee.
Kamala Harris is also pushing the largest small business tax hike in history. Your businesses are just going to go to other countries. That's all that's going to happen. We brought it down to the lowest level we've ever had, and they're going to just drive everybody out. That means the jobs are going to be included. And she wants to massively increase the death tax, or the inheritance tax, as it's known in some quarters, which we eliminated in the Trump tax cuts. You know, we eliminated the inheritance tax on small businesses and family farms. That's such a big thing. You know, a farmer has a little beautiful farm. The kids grow up on the farm. They're getting a little older. They sign their will. If they love their kids, not everybody does. But if they love their kids, listen to this. But if they don't worry. Just go to sleep for about 30 seconds. So what happens is they leave it, and what happened before me is they would lose their farms because the tax would be very substantial, like 52%, and they couldn't pay, so they go to the bank, the friendly banker, they borrow the money, they put it against the farm. Within 2 years, the farm was gone, and everybody was crying, and it was a disaster. I got rid of it. There's no more estate tax. There's no more estate tax on your beautiful family farm, and there's no or small business, and that's a big deal, and they want to end that. They don't want that. They don't like that. They want you to pay a nice big tax and destroy your lives. We're joined tonight by Michael Belliman, president of the Associated Builders and Contractors, represent over 23,000 small businesses and construction companies. And as a builder, I am very honored to receive their endorsement. They gave me a unanimous endorsement today. Thank you very much. Thank you. It's a great honor. And we were also endorsed by, unanimously, the Border Patrol. Unanimously. And I say modestly, they said he's the greatest president we've ever had and the strongest on the border. They said it's not possible to be stronger. We had it down to the lowest level in history. Oh, by the way, should we drop my favorite chart in the entire world? Drop that chart, please. Drop it. Let's see, we're gonna... There it is. I was looking at me. I started looking at me, and I'm looking. I do not like to wear, I don't like my hair tonight. I started looking at me, but I'd rather look at the chart. The chart, I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for that chart, right? I wouldn't be here. But if you notice the arrow on the bottom, I take it to bed every night and I kiss it. Roll it up and just kiss it. See the arrow at the bottom? That is the day I left office. Look what happened after that. What they've done to our country is unbelievable. And that includes human trafficking, which is mostly in women. You know, they lost 325,000 children in the last 3.5 years. Think of that. That's your biggest stadium, filled up many, many times. 325,000. They're either dead, they're sex slaves, or they're slaves, but they're missing. Probably most of them never to be seen again. This is under their open border, horrible, horrible policy. And nobody talks about it. The fake news, look at all of them back there. Look at all of them. That's a lot of fake news. The fake news won't talk about it. I've never seen, 325,000 children gone. They're gone. And the fake news doesn't write stories about it. They don't talk about it. And even when I put up, like we're going to see a couple of videos tonight, they never put the camera on the video. A friend of mine calls me, oh, I love watching you on television, but when you put up videos, and they're important videos, and instructive, and they teach you what the hell's going on, the camera can't move their damn little camera like this. It's just like a piece of steel. And we say, move your camera, they won't do it, because the executives back in New York and in California say, don't move that camera. You know, the camera operator doesn't want to move it, but wants to keep his job. Can you believe it? They won't move the camera, so you won't see it home, I'm sorry to tell you. You won't see it. You won't see it. So when you look at that, that was the best we had had, and it was going better. We had it done, the border was the most secure it ever was. And then they came in, they got rid of Remain in Mexico. That's pretty good, right? Remain in Mexico. Wasn't easy either. It was Remain in Mexico. When I said to the president of Mexico, he's a good guy, he's a socialist, but that's okay. These are minor details. But I said, listen, President, we want everybody to remain in Mexico before they come in. We want to check them out before they come in, Mr. President. He laughed at me. He said, that's so funny, Donald. Why would we have to do that? I said, you're going to do it 100%? You're going to do it 100%? No, we cannot do that. We're not going to. Why would we do a thing like that? That'd be hundreds of thousands of people. That's right, on your side of the border, not on ours. He said, we will not do that. We will not do that. I said, listen, I don't want to embarrass you, so send me over your representative. And a man came over to the White House 2 days later wearing the most beautiful suit I think I've ever seen. And I wanted to ask him, who's your tailor, but I didn't think that would be an appropriate way to start the negotiation. Most gorgeous looking, the guy was a handsome guy, that suit was like perfect. But I thought I wouldn't do that. And I said, we want a couple of things. But we want you to, number one, provide us thousands of soldiers free of charge because you're letting people pour into our country. They said, we won't do that. They said, yes, you will, 100%. He said, we won't. I said, yes, you will. He said, no way. I said, way. And I said, you're going to do it. And the woman from the State Department, very good woman, but a terrible negotiator. She was 25 years old, she did was Mexico. And I said, we want this, we want that, we want all these different things, 10 different things. The medical stay, we wanted everything. And she said, sir, I've been after that for 25 years. I said, well, maybe you and I are different. I will guarantee you I will have it by the end of this meeting. So I told him, you're going to give us all of these different things, and you're going to keep the people there, and we're going to let the people in if we want to, because we want to have people come in, but we want them to come in legally. And he said, sir, we won't do that. We will not do that. We're not going to do Remain in Mexico. I said, here's the story. It's Friday. By Monday morning at 7 o'clock, if you don't approve this, and that means over the next 5 minutes, we are going to charge you tariffs of 25%, 50%, 75%. They're never going to stop. He said, sir, you can't do that. That's not fair, sir. I said, no, it's not fair that you're sending people through your country and into our country and destroying our country. It's not fair. That's what's not fair. So this goes into effect at 7 o'clock on Monday morning. Have a nice weekend. He comes back. May I see you in 5 minutes? May I make a call to Mexico? I said, are you going to call the president? Yes, I am. He comes back in 2 minutes. Sir, it would be our honor to supply you with soldiers. It would be our great honor to supply you with as many soldiers, free of charge, of course, sir. As many as you have no idea what I did in the White House. I stopped wars with France. France, you know the French story. They were going to charge us, think of this, 25% to all America. I have to protect American companies, whether we like them or not. Some of them I didn't even like. You know, Google is treating us much better. Do you notice? What happened to Google? They're treating us much better. Very nice. I appreciate that very much. They say McDonald's was one of the most viewed things that they've ever had. That was a hell of a one, right? But France, Emmanuel Macron, good man, nice guy, but he's a wise guy though. And he likes France, and I like the USA. So I heard about it, I gave it to our people. I said, tell them we're not paying this massive 25% tax. Our companies, we have to protect our companies. And I gave it to Mnuchin, I gave it to everybody. I said, you call them and tell them. They came back, sir, they won't do it. Then they came back again, they won't do it. I said, you got one more chance, come back. They came back, so they won't do it. I called up Emmanuel, I said, get me Emmanuel Macron. I said, Emmanuel, here's the story. You're charging our companies very unfairly a 25% tax. Is that right? Oh, yes, Donald. This was approved by our parliament or whatever the hell they have over there. Go out there. There's 47 different names for that stuff. Yes, so this was fully approved, and there's nothing much I can do about it. Emmanuel, here's the story. If you don't take that tax off by the end of business hours today, I'm charging you a 100% tariff on every bottle of wine and champagne that comes in to the U.S. And he said, Donald, that is not fair. I said, no, it's not fair that you're charging our companies this massive tax because they happen to be American companies. I said, we're not a stupid country anymore, Emmanuel. He's used to dealing with stupid people over here because we've had some beauties, the deals that we allow. And he said, it's not fair. I said, you got 3 minutes, Emmanuel, tell me what to do. May I call you back? Yes, he calls me back. Oh, we've decided to remove the tax from the world. I did that. I could stand up here. Nobody writes about this stuff. And I wish I put it on tape, but every time I say, oh, I love these conversations. I could tell you with Italy what I did. I could tell you. Here's the problem. Every time I think about I want to tape every conversation. The problem is, then I start thinking about Richard Nixon did that. And I say, let's do without the tape. We'll do without the tape. Now, every time I said, did we record that? No, sir, we did not. I wish, because some of them were classics. You could really hear something. But no, we don't want to do that. Richard Nixon, that was not good. When they found out he taped every single conversation. But under Kamala, the construction industry will be decimated. You have to vote Trump and we will rebuild America. We're going to rebuild America. We're going to do it quickly. And we already gave you the biggest tax cut in history. We gave you the biggest regulation cuts by far, by 5 times in the history of our country. And I went to the big business guys that come in and they kiss my ass. It's unbelievable. Before I was president, Trump was on the phone. Tell him I'll call him back sometime. Once I became president, sir, such a pleasure to speak to you, sir. It's such a great honor. I see him. It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable. But we got you the biggest tax cuts in history, biggest regulation. And I said to some of the biggest guys running the big companies, good guys, some good guys, some bad guys, some are really stupid as hell, some are good. But I said, let me ask you, I gave you the biggest tax cut in history, along with everybody. And it created jobs, all that. And I gave you the biggest regulation cuts in history. Which is better? Every single one of them said the regulation cuts were more important. People couldn't do anything. They couldn't build anything. They couldn't build plants. They couldn't build. I approved one in Louisiana. 14 years it was under, they know exactly which one, big LNG monster. $14 billion too. $14 billion it was going to cost. I think Japan and other countries were putting up the money. After 14 years, they gave up, and I called my people together, and I said, we can't lose that. It's so good, number one. Number two, the jobs. Number three, it's just important that it's vital that we have it. I got it done in one day. It was done. Congratulations. They use a lot of times the environment to try and stop projects. Not a lot of times, let's say every time, but we have to be very careful with that because we're all environmentalists, but we have to be very careful you destroy our country. I will pass historic tax cuts for our workers and small businesses, and we will have very important, no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and no tax on social security benefits for our seniors. And we're also going to do something else. This just came and I announced it in Detroit, because Detroit has been decimated. It's been decimated by stupid politicians. And it just came to me. I was called by some of the smartest guys on Wall Street. They said, how did you ever think that? I used the paper clip. You know, the paper clip, very simple. They take a little piece of wire, they go like this. The guy became rich. And once everybody saw it, comes into the box, 129 years ago, probably the same little box. And everybody said, why the hell didn't I think of that? Well, this is the same thing. Tax deduction on interest payments or a car. How about that? Nobody ever thought that. And then I came up with a little wrinkle. But only if the car is built in the USA. Is that a good idea? Right? And then I'm going to be working with Elon Musk, who endorsed us very powerfully. He's great. All I know is I watched that rocket come down. I never saw that. I thought I was watching a movie or something, a space age movie. I watched that rocket. I was on the phone with a very important person that everybody in this room will know. I got to be careful using his name. I like to be nice and careful, you know that. And then I decide, am I better off being careful or really entertaining people? And I usually decide on the side of entertainment, and I have to. Anyway. So I'm talking to this very powerful big guy, we're talking, pop, 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 and I have the screen on the television and it's muted, can't hear the sound. And I'm seeing this rocket 20 stories tall, something like that, massive. And it used to be white, beautiful, polished white, and now it's all brown from that, like a median degree temperature coming down, pouring down 20,000 miles an hour. And it's pouring, and I see that thing, it's steaming and crazy, and the fire's all over the place, and I'm looking, and then I see the gantry, the big gantry, and I see the thing coming in and slowing down a little bit, but it's still going fast. And I tell this very important guy, listen, would you do me a favor? Hold it for a minute. I'm seeing, just hold it. Hold it! When you're leading in the polls and when you already were president, you could say that to important people. Just hold it. So I take the phone and put it down. The sad part is I never picked it up. They'll say, he's cognitively imbalanced. He didn't pick it up. These people, are they the worst? So I take the phone, I put it down, I say, just a second, I'm watching something that I don't believe. And I see that fire pouring on the bottom of the rocket and it's coming in sideways. I said, it's gonna crash into the gantry. And then the fire goes on the left side and pushes it over. And it lands. And then those two big, beautiful arms, they grab it. I said, what the hell was that? Nobody's ever seen anything like that. So I forgot about my other call, and I called immediately Elon. I said, Elon, was that you? He picks up his cell. I said, was that you, Elon? Yes. I said, can anybody else do it? No. Can Russia do it? Can China do it? Can the USA do it outside of you? No, nobody else can do it. I said, what do you call those arms? She said, think of them as chopsticks. I said, they're like chopsticks. They just grab it and they just put that thing down so beautifully. I said, that's great. So he's great. He gave me the most beautiful, you know where he is now? He's working in Pennsylvania trying to get us lots of votes because he thinks it's he's campaigning. Because he said this is the most important election in our lifetime. And if Trump doesn't win the election, our country is potentially ruined. I mean, he's as strong as anybody I've ever seen. And we have to say, this is a seriously smart guy, right? You know, he helped us so much with the hurricanes because North Carolina had no communication whatsoever. And I was there early, and I met one of the people that are in charge. And they said, all our wires are down, and people are dying. Tremendous amount of people missing and dying. The horrible thing. What a horrible hurricane that was. It was a water hurricane, more water than we've ever experienced from one storm. And it created rivers out of valleys. I mean, rivers that were 25 feet high and running down like rapids. It destroyed just about everything. And they had no communication. And the gentleman said to me, is there anything you can do? Do you know a man named Elon Musk? I said, I happen to know him. What's the problem? Could he get us Starlink? We're trying to get it. Nobody can get through. Starlink, you couldn't get it because it's very successful. So I called Elon. I said, Elon, whatever the hell Starlink is, can you do me a favor? Can you get it to North Carolina? They need it so badly. And then we talked just for a couple of minutes. And the guy wires me, thank you very much for getting Starlink. I'm still on the phone with Elon. He said, sir, thank you very much for the Starlink. They said it's coming right away. I said, Elon, we didn't even hang up. How the hell did you do that? He said, that's my secret. He's really a great guy. And he gives up a lot. He gives up a lot. No, he's given up. I mean, it's amazing that he doesn't, you know, people don't have, he just feels so strongly that we're not going to have a country left with these people. Because she's really seriously, she's not a smart person. And it's not a person that understands. And you can't even say, well, let's go to the vice president because he is really a sicko, right? Remember he called J.D. Vance and I weird? We're very solid people. He's a weird dude, that guy. He's always pumping his heart, you know, like he's got great heart. He's a sick guy. You got both of them. I don't know who the hell is worse. Well, she did one thing that's very smart in the world of politics. She got herself the worst person possible to be vice president. Do you understand? It was so bad that they'd probably leave her. I don't know. And by the way, how good is J.D. Vance? How good is she? We drafted the athlete. We drafted the athlete. You look at his academic credentials and all of the different things. We drafted a great athlete. He's doing great. He's a great guy, too. So working with Elon Musk, I will cut a record number of job-killing, unnecessary regulations, which will blow your mind when you see how many. And on day one of the Trump administration, I will terminate Kamala's insane electric vehicle mandate, and we will end the Green New Storm once and for all. And we will quickly again, we were never energy independent until I came along. We were energy independent. We went from number 4 to number 1 in a couple of years. We have more liquid gold under our feet than Russia or Saudi Arabia. I got Anwar approved. It's as big, potentially, as Saudi Arabia. In the first week in office, crooked Joe Biden probably made a deal. Crooked Joe Biden terminated the approval. Ronald Reagan wanted it. He couldn't get it done. Everybody wanted it. I got it done. It was all set. They were all set to start drilling. One of the biggest finds anywhere in the world, as big they think as Saudi Arabia. And in the first week, they terminated. We will have that unterminated so fast. Alaska. But we will quickly become energy dependent again. We weren't energy independent before that. To anybody's recollection, we weren't energy independent before that for maybe 100 years. They don't know at any time, but we were, and we will quickly become energy independent, and we will frack, and drill, baby, drill. We're going to drill, baby, drill. Frack. frack. Her whole life she's talking about, there will be no fracking. There will be no fracking. And I will cut your energy prices in half within 12 months, 50%, half, 5-0. Starting in January, we will give our companies the lowest taxes, the lowest energy costs, the lowest regulatory burdens, and free access to the single best and biggest market on the planet. But it won't be that way for long. If we have stupid people like this running our country, you're not going to have the big market anymore. It can go very fast. Look at Venezuela. 15 years ago, it was an unbelievable country. Now it's a disaster. They can't get water, they can't get food. But what did Biden do? He starts buying oil from them. Do you believe it? And we have so much. So he's putting them back to health. Such a great move to do. They were ready to give up. We could have let the people go back into Venezuela. This guy, I tell you, the worst. Jimmy Carter is the happiest man because his administration is brilliant compared to these two losers. Jimmy Carter is a happy man. You saw him the other day voting. I think he voted for me. But only if they make their products here. This is it. Got to make their products. Everything is based on you got to make your products in America. No more making them in China, making them all over the place. And you got to hire American workers for the job. And if these companies don't make their products here, then they will pay a very stiff tariff when they send their products into the United States, where they're made by somebody else or some other country. For the privilege of competing with our workers and our cherished but now very protected companies. We're going to protect these companies. We're going to have a lot of companies moving. You watch Detroit. Detroit, you know, for 40 years ago I've been hearing about Detroit's coming back. Never came back. It'll come back so fast with a series of brilliant incentives that won't cost us anything, but most importantly, tariffs and taxes. Everybody's going to be moving back into the country because they're not going to want to pay. And one quick story, just a quick, should I say it or should I just get the hell out? One quick story. I thought you were going to say it. One quick story. So, about a year and a half ago, the largest builder of auto plants, who I know, John, I said, I want to see one of your factories that you're building. He's the biggest. And he said, okay. I said, where would we go? Mexico. I said, I don't want to go to Mexico. What the hell do I want to go? I want to see one here. Well, we don't build them big here. He builds them all over the world. He doesn't care. He builds them wherever the hell they pay him. And that's, by the way, with companies, that's why they move out of our country in 2 minutes if they're not going to be given the right deal. So I said, I don't want to go to Mexico. I said, well, the big ones are built in Mexico. I'm sorry. I said, how big is it? The biggest in the world. They're going to build cars. Think of this. Thousands, millions of cars are going to sell them into the United States, destroy Michigan. If Michigan doesn't vote for me, I tell you, I'm going to make Michigan richer than anybody. I think even richer than you, I hate to say. Michigan, we're going to bring back the whole car business, but you can get plants also, okay? Because I don't care. As long as they're in the United States, I couldn't care less. So I said, how big would that be? He said, they'll make more cars than all of the state, the entire state, much more than Detroit. These are big monsters. You press a button and it starts, it's unbelievable. And the biggest in the world. And I said, well, I don't like that. That's going to kill it. So I started talking about it, and this plant that's being built, and everyone said, oh, it's not real. Well, it is. And then it was going to start. And then last week I spoke in front of the Economic Club of Detroit, and I spoke about cars, and I talked about this plant. And in the audience, just like right where you're sitting, sir, good-looking guy, stand up, please. Right you. That's right. Yeah, stand up. Right into your seat. That's where he's at. Right there. I looked in the audience, and who do I see? I see John. And I said, oh, I passed a message to him while I'm speaking, because this was more interesting to me than anything I was doing up there. And I said, I want to see you after. So I see him after. He said, John, tell me something. How's that monster plant? And it's actually more than one, but this one monster, how's it doing? Sure, they've abandoned that plant. What? That's great news, because it's going to kill us. What do you mean they've abandoned? They think you're going to be elected president. You're going to put tariffs in their cars, and they won't be able to make any money. They're going to lose their shit. They've abandoned the plan. I said, that's the greatest thing I've ever heard. Marjorie, that's the greatest thing I've ever heard. So Michigan can now keep their car companies going, but in all fairness, those are old plants and stuff. Generally, we're going to give them the greatest new plants. We're going to give them plants that are going to be unbelievable. We're going to put the auto workers. You know, the auto workers want Trump. The Teamsters want Trump. Did you see the Teamsters? The rank and file of the Teamsters voted 62% for Trump. Never happened. Nothing like that ever happened before. The firemen nationwide voted for Trump. The firemen never happened before. Never happened before. But I will never apologize for defending America. I'm not going to do it. I will protect our workers. I will protect our jobs. I will protect our borders. I will protect our families. And I will protect the birthright of our children to live in the richest and most powerful nation on the face of the earth. And that's all. Under Kamala, you know, this crazy Kamala thing is just crazy. First of all, you can't call her Harris because nobody knows who the hell you're talking about. If I say to the legendary Marjorie Taylor Greene, Harris, I say, what do you think of the job Harris is doing? She'll say, who the hell is Harris? Nobody knows. No, it's the truth. Nobody knows who the hell Harris is. It's the weirdest thing, isn't it? So you have to say Kamala. Under Kamala and her economy, millions of Americans, she has no idea about an economy. She's not a smart person. She's a low IQ individual. She is. She's a low IQ person. Millions of Americans are suffering because of inflation. They're losing their jobs. They can't afford housing, groceries, or a car. And yet Kamala is importing millions of illegals across our borders and giving them taxpayer benefits at your expense. And putting them into luxury hotels in New York and Chicago and Los Angeles while our veterans are sleeping outside of that hotel on the street. So you're witnessing the economic oppression of Americans to reward and enrich illegal aliens. But all of that stops 2 weeks from now. For 4 straight years, Kamala Harris has imported an army of illegal alien gang members and migrant criminals from prisons and jails, insane asylums and mental institutions from all around the world, from Venezuela to the Congo. You know, the Congo's a hot country now for us. They're sending us their prisoners by the thousands. All over the world, they're coming in. From the Middle East, they're coming in. Their prisons are being opened. Venezuela, their prisons. I would do the same thing. I would have done it faster than any of them. Venezuela still has some prisoners left, and it's amazing that they've been so nice to us. They're depositing their prisoners, we're dumping ground, they're dumping their prisoners, their gang members, their drug lords into the United States of America because they say that America is run by stupid people and they have open borders. They have an open border where anybody can come in, just walk across. Historically, when you have swastikas on your forehead and swastikas all over your cheek and lots of other symbols all over your face, historically that person isn't going to be a tremendous help to our economy. And yet they walk through that open border and probably say, man, are these people stupid? And then they start to kill. They kill. And we built over 500 miles of wall, and we were going to add 200 miles of wall, and it was already made as per specifications of the Great Border Patrol. They want steel, they want concrete, and they want rebar. I wanted just plank. I wanted concrete, beautiful, like long spans of a burger construction, actually. I wanted long spans of concrete plank. They didn't want it. They said you have to have steel because they cut through concrete too easily. We had a whole big deal. But we gave them just what they wanted. Even the anti-climb panel on the top. You know the big panel of steel? I hate it. I hate the look of it. But guess what? It's called an anti-climb panel for a reason. Put it up there. We have great stuff, very expensive to build, hardened concrete and hardened steel, very hard to cut even with a low torch. I had a very hard time taking it down. And then I ordered 200 miles more, and we could have had it put up in 3 weeks to 4 weeks, and they didn't want to put it up. And then they started selling it for 5 cents on the dollar for steel. And then she resettled these people into your communities all over America, and they're the roughest people. When I win on November 5th, the migrant invasion of our country ends and the restoration of our country begins. One of the deadliest and most vicious migrant gangs that Kamala has imported into our country through her open border policy. Remember, she was the border czar. She doesn't like saying that, but she was the border czar. And even if she wasn't, she was in charge of the border. You know, I asked the Border Patrol, did she ever call? Not once. I spoke to the top 10 guys. Did any of you, I know them very well, they're phenomenal people, by the way. They want to have a great, strong border. They hate. You know, it's easier for them. Let them pour in. Who the hell needs to get hurt? Because it's a rough deal. These are rough people. And I said, did she ever call? Not once. Not one of them ever received a call. She admits it. She never called. But the savage Venezuelan prison gang, Tren de Aragua, have you heard of them? They're a lovely group of people. Tren de Aragua. That has taken over apartment complexes and unleashing a violent terror spree all over America, but specifically in Aurora, Colorado, where the governor is petrified of them. He's a radical left Democrat. He is petrified of them. He doesn't know what to do. They've even taken over Times Square. There's a front page article today in the New York Post. They're taking over Times Square in New York, and they have weapons that our military doesn't even have. You say, where the hell are they getting the weapons? But we have guys that want to confront them, and they're going to be allowed to confront them, and we're going to get them out of here. Take a look at this little video.
Open borders, deadly consequences.
Border crisis, like high crossings, are putting a strain on cities across America. It is a full-blown invasion.
Armed Venezuelan gang members storming an apartment complex in Aurora, Colorado.
When people talk about migrant crime, this is what they're talking about. Biden and Harris had created a program to bring them in under humanitarian parole.
I am in favor of saying that we're not going to treat people who are undocumented cross-border as criminals.
More than 13,000 illegal immigrants convicted of murder have been released into the United States.
My 20-year-old daughter, Kayla Hamilton, was murdered in her own room. Kayla's murderer was apprehended by Border Patrol crossing illegally into the U.S.
Kayla's murderer had been improperly released into the United States.
Abolish ICE. Yeah, we need to probably think about starting from scratch.
An Afghan national is in custody today after being accused of plotting an election day terrorist attack. The suspect entered the U.S. on a special immigrant visa.
More than a dozen people suspected of being Tren de Aragua gang members right here in San Antonio.
The gang members have been terrorizing the apartment complex.
New details of the murder of Laken Riley. Illegal immigrant suspect who cops say committed the heinous murder is a Venezuelan national.
And was paroled and released into the country by the Biden administration.
2 men investigators say are in the country illegally from Venezuela are charged with capital murder and the death of Jocelyn Nungaray.
Court documents suggest a group of men arrested for beating and robbing a Dallas woman last month are members of a Venezuelan street gang.
Manuel Fernandez was booked by Coffeyville police just 2 days earlier and released the day before the robbery.
Can you believe it? And that's nice. That's some of the nice, much worse than that. The United States is now an occupied country, but on November 5th, 2024, we will call that Liberation Day. It's going to be Liberation Day. Kamala Harris. Over 13,000 illegal alien convicted murders from prisons, all in prisons. Some killed more than 5 people. Many killed more than one. Were allowed to enter the United States, and they're currently on the loose in the United States. Right here in Georgia, our nation was robbed of a brilliant 22-year-old nursing student, the best everything, most respected person, beautiful person. Lincoln Riley, got to know her family very well. They didn't get to know, they never called her family, they never called. And then he pronounced her name wrong. Remember, he called her Lincoln. Remember that? In Congress, he called her Lincoln, didn't even have the respect of knowing her name. Who was out for a jog when she was assaulted, horribly beaten, and horrifically killed by an illegal alien from Venezuela. The savage monster who murdered Lincoln was let in and released into our country by the open border policy of Kamala Harris. The brother was also in Georgia of this killer. He was there illegally. He's also a member of Tren de Aragua. This gang is violent, but so is MS-13 coming out from all over South America. These are violent. They don't shoot people, they use knives because it's more painful. They killed 2 young, beautiful 16-year-old girls walking to school in Long Island. And they cut them up into little pieces, and they thought it was so wonderful. And you know who got him? Is ICE went in and got him. And Kamala wants to get rid of ICE. Not a lot of people want to do that particular job, but ICE loves doing that job. Earlier this year, an illegal alien that Kamala Harris released into our country brutally stabbed a man in the back and the face, all over his body, in an attempted robbery in Louisiana. The week before, he raped a 14-year-old girl with a knife to her throat. He's killed other people. Immediately upon taking the oath of office, I will launch the largest deportation program in America. I will rescue every town across America, and every town is murdered. Every town is. Look at Springfield, Ohio, beautiful Ohio. I love Ohio. I love Ohio. Look at Springfield, Ohio. A town, small city, but a town of 50,000 people. They've implanted 32,000 illegal migrants into the town. Nobody could survive that. They have to leave. They have to leave. I'm sorry. Nobody could survive that. A 50,000 person town, quickly 32,000 illegal migrants. They call them legal because they had a little trick, but it's illegal. I will rescue every town, and every town is petrified, even if they don't have them, because they know they're coming. They're heading for the towns. They're heading for the towns. Who could do this to our country? Who could do this? Who could do this to our country? It's only good if you are a politician thinking about running for office and running against them. That's about the only thing that's good for. Who could do this to our country? Who could allow this to happen to our country? I will rescue every town across America that has been invaded and conquered. And we will put these vicious, bloodthirsty criminals in jail or kick them the hell out of the country. And we'll do it very fast. And to expedite removals of the Tren de Aragua and MS-13 gangs from our country, and many others, by the way, I will invoke the Alien Enemies Act of 1798 to target and dismantle every migrant criminal network operating on American soil. Think of that. We had to go back to 1798. That's when we had laws that were effective. 1798 we had to go back to. And if they come back into our country, it's an automatic 10 years in jail with no possibility of parole. Automatic if they come back into our country. And I'm hereby calling for the death penalty for any migrant that kills an American citizen or a law enforcement officer. And I will then catch and release. They'll be released into Mexico. We will have catch and release, but not into America. It will be catch and release into Mexico. I will end all migrant flights. They fly thousands and thousands of people over the border. They've told you with this bill that they keep saying Trump called the senators and said don't sign it. They're wrong about that. What they don't say is that they put a little bit, they made it a little bit harder because they're getting killed for this election, so they made it a little bit harder. They want to make their numbers look a little bit better. But what they didn't stop are Boeing 747s, 757s, and 767s flying over our border, loaded up with migrants and dropping them off in the Middle West and the middle part of our country. They forgot to tell us that, but we saw them. We said, what are all those big planes doing flying there? These people are bad people. So they didn't want to stop anything. I will immediately outlaw sanctuary cities in this country. There's sanctuaries for criminals. And I will ban all welfare and federal benefits for illegals because then they won't come. They won't come. I mean, Gavin Newsom, one of the worst governors of the history of our country. Gavin Newsom, she destroyed San Francisco. Now she wants to destroy our country. That's Kamala. But she worked with Gavin Newsom. What they've done to California, you know, now we have more people leaving California, the most beautiful place. And I tell people I hurt myself when I say that because I have great property there. When I say that, this political game has not been good for me. But I don't care. It doesn't matter. It's peanuts. This is the whole thing. We're going to save our country. What the hell difference does it make? No, it's a killer. I have property in San Francisco, big property. And I say that she's destroyed San Francisco. She started the destruction. It was the best city in America 18 years ago. In California, what they've done to California, her, Gavin Newsom, the same group, it's just like terrible. They've destroyed it. And we're not going to let them destroy the United States of America. They've gone far enough. As we secure our borders and rebuild our economy, we are also going to make America healthy again. The Kamala healthcare plan will make our kids sicker and their diets more toxic. Under the Trump administration, we will get the toxic chemicals out of our food supply and we will make our children healthy. We will spend more money on healthcare than any other nation, but think of it. You know, we do. I don't know if you know. We spend more money by far than any other nation. But we have more chronic health problems also than any nation. More childhood diseases than we did just a generation ago. Millions of Americans are realizing that something is wrong. By getting this fixed, not only will we have healthier families, we will save trillions and trillions of dollars and bring down the cost of health care. With us tonight is the man who's going to help us get it all straightened out, Robert F. Kennedy, Jr.
We have 1,000 chemicals in our food that are illegal in Europe. But the problem is not from those chemicals. The big problem is corruption in our federal agencies. And these agencies are now owned by big pharma, by big food, and big agriculture. Don't you want a president who's going to get the chemicals out of our food? And don't you want a president who's going to get the corruption out of Washington, D.C.? And don't we deserve a president of the United States that's going to make America healthy again?
Nobody gets a standing ovation like that. What's going on up there? That's great, Bobby. Great. Thank you. Thank you. And as you know, Bobby's great mother, she was a great woman, Ethel, passed away, so our regards and condolences to the family. Thank you, Bobby. Our movement is bringing together Americans of all backgrounds who believe in freedom, democracy, and a thing called common sense. Much of it's common sense. Conservative, liberal, it's common sense. Let me also call up two other incredible patriots who want to help save our incredible country. Former Democrat presidential candidate Tulsi Gabbard. By the way, she just became a Republican. And a great man, a brilliant person, and a true character, Tucker Carlson.
I think Donald Trump's singular contribution to this country and the world is by his presence exposing a lot of things a lot of us believed as fraudulent, as lies. It's changed my life watching it. But the single biggest lie that Donald Trump has exposed is that this is a functional democracy, when in fact, it's a country oppressed by a small group of its unhappiest citizens for their own benefit. And the promise of this campaign is that Donald Trump will return this country to its owners. And that's its population, that's its people, that's its citizens. And I pray fervently that that happens. I mean it, that's why I'm so honored to be here. Thank you.
We have seen from the very beginning how much President Trump has been attacked, smeared, censored, the government weaponized against a candidate for president and a former president in ways that have never been seen in our country before. The reason why this has happened is because he is the sole person who has had the courage to stand up against the uniparty war machine in Washington and have the audacity to call for peace and an end to war. While he has challenged the swamp creatures in Washington, all of you have resoundingly nominated him for president 3 times in the last 3 presidential elections. We know whose side he stands on. He stands on the side of the people. He stands on the side of peace and prosperity and freedom for all Americans. It's why I'm proud to stand with President Trump and why we, the people, must vote to send him back to the White House and make America great again.
you very much. That is a great group. That is some assemblage of talent. And very great honor to have them. Thank you very much. We're also pleased to be joined tonight by Lieutenant Governor Burt Jones. Burt, thank you. Wherever you may be, Burt. Thank you. Great guy. And Representatives Mike Collins and Marjorie Taylor Greene. Please. Thank you, Mike. Future Congressman, congressional candidate Brian Jack has been with me from the beginning, and now he's a congressman soon. And a wonderful human being, a great man, Ben Carson. Ben, thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, Ben. Great man. And thank you, Candy. Thank you very much, Candy. State Senator Clint Dixon, terrific. And State Representative Mike Kokas. Thank you, Mike. Thank you, Mike. Good job. Commissioner Tyler Harper's done a fantastic job. And Chairman of the Georgia Republican Party, Josh McCoon. Josh. Thank you. Where's Josh? Are we doing okay, Josh? I'm hearing we're winning big. That's good. Former Senator Kelly Alotsmo and her husband. Thank you, Kelly. Thank you, Kelly. Jeff Sprecher, he owns the New York Stock Exchange. This guy's loaded. He owns the New York Stock Exchange. What's that like, Jeff? What is that like? But he's a great guy. Thank you both. A man of tremendous faith, and everybody respects him. Jensen Franklin. Thank you, Jensen. And he's been with me from the beginning, day one, right? With Paula and the whole group of people. I want to thank you. And we just had a little session behind this wonderful stage. We had, must be 45 pastors, ministers. They were praying. I said, if this doesn't work, nothing's going to work without that. Thank you all. You're all incredible people. We have tremendous respect for you. Terrific man. Man was treated very unfairly, but he's a great man, and he really knows what he's doing. David Schaefer. David, thank you. Thank you, David. Thank you, David. Great job, David. And the #1 country music artist, Jason Aldean, is my friend. You know, I played golf with him, and I said, you're much better with the guitar than you are with the golf club. Much. And he wasn't insulted by that, but thank you. Great guy. My son, Eric Trump. Thank you, Eric. He works. And a woman that likes me because I will not allow men to be in women's sports, Riley Gaines. Thank you, Riley. Not even for a day, Riley. We'll do it very fast. Benny Johnson, thank you very much. And Peter Navarro, thank you very much. And Steve Witkoff, one of the great entrepreneurs of our country, actually, Steve Witkoff. But I especially want to thank Charlie Kirk because he is working so hard. He has worked so hard. He's working on making sure everything is proper. That's what he wants to do. Turning Point Action, the job they do is amazing. The only thing is, one thing when I come here and do this for him, I always have to shake about 15 times the number of people. I was shaking hands for an hour. Oh. I said, this must be a Charlie Kirk affair. But you know what? He's a fantastic person. The job he does with Turning Point, and I just want to congratulate him and thank him. He's working really hard. So we are running against the most radical, most incompetent, most unfit vice president in the history of our country. No one respects her, no one trusts her, no one takes her seriously. This is a woman who took yesterday off. How do you take yesterday off? You got 13 days, you're running for the presidency, she takes the time off. I've done 52 days in a row and I'm not taking any days off. No, but she's, think of that, she's taking days off at levels, not seen. I hear she's taking another one tomorrow or something. It's the craziest thing I've ever seen. Maybe she knows something we don't know. That's bad, right? Maybe she knows something we don't know. Does everybody understand that? Maybe. She takes a day to study for a simple interview with an MSDNC reporter, but then makes a fool of herself with answers that are so crazy, so crazy. And we'll never forget 60 Minutes. We're never going to forget it. We can't. I think I'm going to sue them, actually, because there's no way they can answer. There's no way they could say, no, we don't like the answer she gave, and they immediately replace it with something. There's no way they can answer. But we are not running against Kamala. She means nothing. She is purely a vessel. She can't put two sentences together. She can't do it. Just like we were not running against crooked Joe Biden, who, by the way, said yesterday about me, quote, "We gotta lock him up." I told you. He said, then he denied it. I didn't mean that. Because he's not legally allowed to say, he doesn't lie, he can't say that. But I've been telling you that it's election interference, this is all it is. He said, we gotta lock him up. This is illegal and should cause cases. I mean, look, think of it. I've been under investigation more than the legendary Alphonse Capone, Scarface. And my parents are looking down, and my father was tough. And my mother was great, she was so sweet. And I said yesterday, I know she's in heaven. I'm not 100% sure of my father. But he was a good man. He was a tough guy and a good guy and a big heart too. But they were smart. They were smart. But they're looking down on me now and they're saying, how the hell could my son be worse than Alphonse Capone? No, but these are crooked people. This is all election interference. And you know the amazing thing? It made me much more popular. It's crazy, right? Because the people got it. But as I said, these lawsuits are being run by the Department of Justice, the FBI. Biden is behind it all, believe it or not. And he proved that yesterday with his stupid statement. And people are outraged by it. And we're running against something far bigger, far more powerful than that, which is a massive, vicious, crooked, radical left machine that runs today's Democrat Party. It's far bigger than that. This is who we're fighting, and we're fighting them hard. These are the people who are doing such harm to our country with their open borders, record-setting inflation, and the Green New scam. They're trying to destroy our country. But we're not going to let it happen any longer. We are going to have the biggest victory in the history of our country in November 4th. We are going to make America great again, November 4th. We are going to make America, isn't it a beautiful expression, MAGA? Think of it. The greatest movement in the history of our country, and all of that fake news, there's so many of them back there. All of that fake news. If it weren't true, they'd say, he said this and he said that. No, it's the greatest movement by far. You know, I was thinking the other day, there was a good man, Pat Buchanan. A lot of you forget. But he came in second in New Hampshire, and he built a huge career. We came in first in 38 different states. And then we won the presidency. And then we did much better the second time, getting millions and millions of votes more. And something very bad happened. But there is far more enthusiasm right now than for number 1 or number 2 by 50%. And you see that by the votes that are coming in at numbers that nobody. Think of North Carolina. Their property is devastated. Their lives, in many cases, are ruined. Everybody said if we get 50% of the vote, it would be a miracle. And it was Trump territory, I must say. It was mostly Trump. These are people that vote for me and the Republican Party. And what happens? They broke the all-time, think of it, the house is gone, some lost family members. The devastation, I can't believe it. Trees were turned upside down, buses were thrown 100 yards away or floated there. The devastation was incredible. We really meant if we could get 50% of the vote, it would be amazing. We broke the all-time record. We've never had more votes for those areas than we did. It's impossible to conceive. And I want to tell you that North Carolina was really hit. Wow, I saw sites over the last few days. I've never seen anything like it. Kamala Harris does not have the compassion, the intelligence, or the strength to be the president of the United States. She cannot do the job. She's not fit. She's not fit to do the job. She's an international joke. Other countries and their leaders who are very streetwise people, they're at the top of their game. They can't believe this is even happening. She's going to end up getting us into World War III. We're not going to let that happen. And on top of it all, she says she would not do anything differently from Joe Biden, which is absolutely, as far as I'm concerned, disqualified. She wouldn't be allowed to run. There's almost a 90% negative path, 90%. And she won't do anything differently, including saving the 325,000 children that I talked to you about. Let's take one quick look.
Would you have done something differently than President Biden during the past 4 years?
There is not a thing that comes to mind.
I stood there on the tarmac watching you check your watch.
The chaotic and deadly U.S. evacuation from Afghanistan stunned Americans and the world and cost the lives of 13 U.S. soldiers.
Would you have done something differently?
There is not a thing that comes to mind.
More than 13,000 illegal immigrants convicted of murder have been caught at the border and then released into the United States.
An Afghan national is in custody today after being accused of plotting an election day terrorist attack. The Southern entered the U.S. on special immigrant visa.
Not mentioning in detail the murder of Georgia nursing student Laken Riley. The illegal immigrant suspect, who cops say committed the heinous murder, is a Venezuelan national who crossed the unsecured southern border back in 2022. 2 men investigators say are in the country illegally from Venezuela are charged with capital murder and the death of Jocelyn Nunn-Rai.
A fifth illegal immigrant accused of attacking 2 New York City police officers over the weekend showed no remorse or regret.
Would you have done something differently?
There is not a thing that comes to mind.
Over 80% say the economy is in excellent or good condition. US inflation has hit a new 40-year high, increasing by 9.1% over the financial year.
The cost of homes has spiked. Home buyers need to earn 80% more than they did in 2020 to afford a house.
Were you the last person in the room? Yes.
So in closing, here are the facts. Kamala Harris is a radical left Marxist rated even worse than Bernie Sanders or Pocahontas. She destroyed our economy. She was an original creator of defund the police, and anybody who wants to defund the police even for one day is not worthy of being president of the United States. Kamala Harris vowed to abolish ICE. She vowed repeatedly to ban fracking as California Attorney General. She redefined child sex trafficking, assault with a deadly weapon, and rape of an unconscious person as nonviolent crimes. She pledged to confiscate your guns. She will confiscate your guns 100%. And endorsed a total ban on handgun ownership. She even called for free sex changes for illegal aliens in detention if they call for it. Illegal aliens in detention, they got caught. If they want to have a sex change operation, she's in favor of it. And all at taxpayer expense. And very importantly, and you saw that the other day, she lied about working at McDonald's. She's never worked. She's a liar. And she wants to turn our country woke. Take a quick look at this, because we had that toughest. And remember this, I defeated ISIS with our military. They're not going woke. They're not going woke. You little scumbag! I got your news! I got your ass! You will not laugh! You will not cry! You will learn by the numbers! Happy Pride! Happy Pride Month, and actually, let's declare it a summer of Pride. So you're killer! Sir, yes, sir! Let me see your war face! Sir, you got a war face? Ah! That's the war face! Now let me see your war face! Ah! Bullshit! You didn't convince me! Let me see your real war face! Thank you very much. So with your vote this November, we're going to fire Kamala Harris, and we are going to save our country. We're going to save America. With your support, we will cut your taxes, end inflation, slash your prices, raise your wages, and bring thousands of factories back to America and back to the state of Georgia. They're coming back. And it won't even take long. We will build American, we will buy American, and we will hire American. I will end the war in Ukraine, which should have never started. I will stop the chaos in the Middle East, and I will prevent World War III from happening. We were never closer to where we are. We will crush violent crime and give our police the support, protection, resources, and respect they so dearly deserve. We will strengthen and modernize our military. We will build a massive missile defense shield over our country, all made to the USA. Why shouldn't we have it? And we will land an American astronaut on Mars in a very short period of time. We will rebuild our cities, including our capital in Washington, D.C., making them safe, clean, and beautiful again. We will teach our children to love our country, to honor our history, and to always respect our great American flag. We will get critical race theory and transgender insanity the hell out of our schools. We will keep men out of women's sports. I will defend religious liberty, I will restore free speech, and I will defend the right to keep and bear arms, our Second Amendment. After years of building up foreign nations, defending foreign borders, and protecting foreign lands, we are finally going to build up our country, defend our borders, and protect our citizens. And we will stop illegal immigration once and for all. It will be ended. We will not be invaded. We will not be occupied. We will not be conquered. We will be a free and proud nation once again. Everyone will prosper. every family will thrive, and every day will be filled with opportunity and hope. But for that to happen, we must defeat Kamala Harris and stop her radical left agenda with a landslide that is too big to reach. Early voting is underway, and everyone you know. Tell your husband, Harry, get out of that sofa, Harry. Get out. Turn that damn football game off, Harry. You're going to vote, Harry. After all we have been through together, we stand on the verge of the 4 greatest years in the history of our country. That's what we're going to have. With your help from now until Election Day, we will redeem America's promise. We will put America first, and we will take back the nation that we all so love. We are one people, one family, and one glorious nation under God. We will never give in, we will never give up, and we will never ever back down, and we will never ever surrender. And together we will fight, 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 and win, win, win. November 5th will be the most important day in the history of our country. You will be so proud of your vote. When you look back in 25 years, 50 years, a long time, you're going to be so proud. And together we will make America powerful again. We will make America wealthy again. We will make America healthy again. We will make America strong again. We will make America proud again. We will make America safe again. And we will make America great again. Thank you for taking the question. Thank you. Thank you very much. God bless you.
There's no room to build now.
think about her and she knows it. I wanna let it take control. Cause every time that she gets close, yeah, she pulls me in enough to keep me guessing. Maybe I just stop confessing. Oh, I've been shaking, I love it when you go crazy. You take all my ambitions. Baby, there's nothing holding me back. You take me places that tear up my reputation. Manipulate my decisions. Baby, there's nothing holding me back. Nothing holding me back. She says that she's never afraid. Just picture everybody naked. She really doesn't like to wait. Not really into hesitation. Pulls me in enough to keep me guessing. Maybe I should stop confessing. Oh, I've been shaking, I love it when you go crazy. You take all my ambitions. Baby, there's nothing holding me back. You take me places that tear up my reputation. Manipulate my decisions. Baby, there's nothing holding me back. Nothing holding me back. Last time I think we took it way too far. I know we'd be alright. I know we would be alright if you were by my side. When we stumbled in the dark, I know we'd be alright. I know we would be alright. 'Cause if we lost our minds and we took it way too far, I know we'd be alright. I know we would be alright if you were by my side. We stumbled in the dark, I know we'd be alright. We would be alright. Oh, I'm shaking, I love it when you go crazy. You take all my ambitions. Baby, there's nothing holding me back. You take me places that tear up my reputation. Manipulate my decisions.
digital
Charger in my car.
So Holly Hutterson's out here. Yeah, but she's good.
Thanks, sir.
Modernized, so you can listen to the Bible. When you guys want to borrow the screen, get it online. It's 100% scripture, 100% music, so you can actually learn the Bible while listening to it really awesome. It's 100% scripture, so you're learning the Bible while listening to music.
Yeah, the time has come.
Drink it that way. So loud.
Praise